Hello, and welcome on back to Citizen Sleeper. And by welcome on back to, I mean possibly welcome to Citizen Sleeper. It's been a little minute since I last played. Can I continue? Oh, I can continue. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Well, it's kind of cool. I'm down for that. I'm down to kind of be lost and confused because that is how I feel right now. Well, that's a lie. I don't feel that way at all. I don't feel lost and or confused. If I'm being fully honest with you, full disclosure, I feel neurotic and anxious would be my two primary feelings. And then the other one, which I'm not supposed to feel, is angry. I'm an angry sort of fellow, and I should not be angry, you know? Oh, man. Whew. But yeah, anyway, don't mind me all that much. Yeah, I forgot what happened the first time I played. I roughly remember a little bit about Citizen Sleeper from when I played it originally. Let's see when that was. Okay, the time only moves when you move. It's like super hot. I don't have to worry about like running out of time. 7 months ago. 7 months ago is when I played Citizen Sleeper. I thought it was going to be like 3, 4, 5 months ago. And it's like, nope, 7 months ago, baby. So 7 months ago, I played it for 2.5 hours. So not terribly long. I might start a new playthrough if I'm too abjectly confused or whatever. Oof. It's weird hearing my own voice. But I'll tell you what, I'll take it over hearing an ad any day of the fucking week. But yeah. Okay, I think I sound alright. Yeah. I don't know, I might be a little loud. Sorry about that. If I'm ever too loud at any point, please let me know. If like literally one person is like, hey, you're a little loud, or hey, you're a little quiet, that will help me out immensely, you know? And it sucks too, because it varies by game. Whereas like some games I'm playing them, I'm like, I'm way too loud. And then other games I'm playing them, and I'm like, oh, I'm way too quiet. What the hell? Ugh. But yeah, alright. It's been a minute. I do not remember what I'm doing. Yep, okay. Alright. I might have to start a new game, because I simply do not recall how this game works or what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm stable in the game, not in real life. In reality, I'm actually... Can I be honest with you? I'm mildly unstable because I titled this just like being at the dentist, Citizen Sleeper, because I don't know. Let me know if this is your experience going to the dentist, but like you go to the dentist and like nobody there gives a fuck about you. Like you'll get the receptionist, who is like probably the nicest person you'll see, and then afterwards they will it's like if you think that like anyone is being nice to you or talking to you during like the actual dental appointment, you're being crazy and you're being difficult. Because like I don't know, not this time specifically, but like one of the last 2 times I was at the dentist, to be fair, this person was really nice. I really liked her, but like, you know, she's like looking at my teeth doing whatever. And again, I don't know if this is how it is for you at the dentist, but it's like this woman is like staring me in my eyes, talking, and like she asks a question that I think is for me. And it's like, anytime a dentist asks me a fucking question, I'm like, fuck you. Like, I'm not here to ask questions. I'm here for you to do fucked up shit to my mouth while I sit there in abject fear and terror. And this particular time, I was cold as fuck. I was so cold because it's winter, and I didn't bring a jacket because I'm like, oh, surely the dentist office isn't gonna be cold. And then I'm in there and I'm fucking shivering the whole time because I'm cold as fuck. Oh, man. But the dentist is fun if you like permanently having your mouth altered and fucking you up and you don't even realize it until after you leave. Because like I'll be real. I'll be fully 100% real with you. I had to get 3 fillings and it's like that's on me. That's my fault. I fucked up. You know, I'm not a good person. I'm not good at maintaining my personal health in general. And I've gotten better. I've gotten much better about taking care of my teeth. I try to floss and brush and mouthwash like twice a day, you know. Usually what I try to do, wake up, eat breakfast, brush my teeth, floss, or the right order is floss, use Listerine mouthwash, because that's what I'm using, because it's actually really good. It fucking is a bit painful and kind of sucks, but it's good. And then you brush your teeth, so that way you get whatever the toothpaste stuff that's on there, that stays on there. You're not washing it away with the mouthwash. Or at least that's kind of what I've heard, what you're supposed to do. Again, I'm not an authority. I just had to get 3 fucking fillings, so don't take my advice. But like, I try to do that twice a day. Sometimes I don't. And that is on me. And I was much worse in my younger years, you know? And so I had to get 3 fillings. And part of this filling is that, like, also, is it just me, but dentists don't tell you shit. Like, sometimes you get, like, a nice dentist who's like, hey, here's what we're gonna do, I'm gonna explain this, like, you got, these cavities, you can, like, they'll even, like, show you with the x-rays and stuff, like, you got this cavity here, blah, 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 and then sometimes you get a dentist that, like, does not give a fuck. And it's like, some people might prefer the dentist that does not give a fuck, because, like, they're just there to get their job done, and, like, that might be what you want, man. But I'm a little baby, and I'm scared of dentists, and I don't know what's going on, and it scares me, and I am a passive, what's a deferential pussy boy in my general day-to-day actions, so I'm just like, oh, it's fine. And so it's like, you know, I get the 3 fillings done. That's actually not that bad, other than, like, getting the needle stuck into my gums, which, like, the first one really fucking hurt. Like, I had to get, like, 2 or 3 sticks in my gums with a needle. And, like, the first one fucking hurt. But the second and third one weren't all that bad. But then I'm, like, gonna go back to the main menu because it'll, yeah, it's fine. Because it'll have better music here. But, anyway, so I get that, get the fillings done. But, like, even before the fillings get done, the dentist or dental assistant, I don't know. I don't know the proper terminology because I am a layman and a fool. And again, the dentists are gods. They're gods and the masters of my mouth, and I simply sit there and let whatever happens happen, and I hope that I'm not being, you know, permanently fucked over for the rest of my life. Because, like, for example, my stepdad, he talks about how he had, like, a terrible dentist when he was in his 20s. And, like, almost any filling that dentist did turned into, like, root canals. And he had to get, like, several root canals later in his life. And I'm like, I'm sure I'm gonna have to get some root canals. I want to have as little root canals as possible. I would like to not have to go through that because it's gonna suck and I'm gonna hate it. And like the whole time there's like this, like, it's like funk adjacent music playing. It was like a Bruno Mars mix, which, like, what's the song that Bruno Mars has with Lady Gaga? It's like, I'll Die For You or something like that. I forget what it's called, but I was, like, looking at it, and it was, like, music like that. It was, like, Bruno Mars adjacent music. It's like, no offense to Bruno Mars. I think he's got some good songs. There were some moments there where I'm like, oh, I'm having a good time. And then there were other moments where I'm like, this fucking song sucks. I'm getting, like, bits of teeth drilled into me. Like after they were like, all right, we're all done, we're gonna sit you up, I, like, felt on my tongue and there was, like, a shard of tooth on my tongue, and I was just like, huh. And then like the assistant was like, hey, here, I'll grab that, and she like wiped it off my finger with like a napkin, or not a napkin, but like dental paper. I don't know, man. I don't know shit about being a dentist. So don't take anything I say seriously at all. Your dentist is probably good and not permanently fucking up your mouth for the rest of your life that you'll just have to learn to live with, or, you know, pay excessive amounts of money down the line and be completely fucked, you know? That's probably not happening. But yeah, so it's like, other than the fact that my teeth feel weird, which is like normal after getting a filling done, the other thing they did was they had like a pick, and they were just, you know, one of them, the main person, she was going to town on my gums, where it's just like pick, scrape, 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 and I'm just like, this kind of hurts, but it doesn't hurt that bad, so you just sit there and take it. And eventually she was done, and like, again, it's a dentist that doesn't explain shit to you. To be fair, I had my opportunity to ask questions, and I'm like, well, I don't know shit. I don't know enough to ask the right questions. I don't know what I don't know. And so I'm like, I'm getting like 3 fillings done, right? And she's like, yep. And I'm like, all right, well, that's all the questions I have, I guess. And so, like, after they get done doing my 3 fillings, they like sit me up, and they're like, oh, hey, so we had to remove part of your like semi-permanent retainer. If you don't know what that is, you get like a little metal bar, and then you get like soft putty stuff or whatever. You get like softener, I think they called it, like stuck onto it, so that way it's not like bothersome. Like, I usually forget that I have, like, a semi-permanent retainer until I'm, like, flossing, and I'm like, oh, I gotta have one of those special flosses where it's, like, a little pick that you can, like, push through the top of your teeth, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'll floss the rest of my teeth. I'm not flossing the teeth I have with the semi-permanent retainer. On the bright side, though, barely any food gets in there because I have a semi-permanent retainer, you know? But anyway, so I realized afterwards, so like after the fact, that they had to like remove all the gunk that was on my semi-permanent retainer and like move it out of the way. And then they were like, oh, we're going to put the softener shit or whatever it is, we're going to put it back on there, and you're going to be all good. You're going to be fine. And I'm like, okay, yeah. I mean, I trust the professional people that probably get paid more money than I'll ever make in my entire life in like a day or whatever. I'm sure it's not that much, but it's like I trust the professionals. You know, I'm also just like a paranoid little freak that always thinks everyone is out to get me and that I'm scum, and people recognize that I'm scum and they fucking hate me for being scum. But again, I'm probably just being paranoid. But yeah, so anyway, they go ahead and put like the putty back on, and they're like, all right, bite down. Is your bite good? I'm like, yeah, my bite's good. And they're like, all right, cool. There we go. That's it. And I'm like, you're not, I mean, I know it's not a cleaning, but you're not going to give me like a little bag with a toothbrush and floss in it. I could use some more floss. I actually just ran out of floss, but you know, fine, fuck me. I'll buy some floss. I don't care. Oh yeah, I got to get more floss. But so, sorry, I'm gonna add floss to my grocery list because I'm like, I need floss. Because I used to never floss, and let me tell you, as somebody who just had to get 3 fillings, floss. Throw on a podcast, put on a video, play some music, do something so that way you can like enjoy yourself while flossing, because I was just like, flossing's boring and stupid, and I don't give a fuck. I'm depressed and self-destructive, so I don't care if I don't floss. And now I'm like, I wish I flossed. I wish I started making this habit of flossing much sooner in my life than I currently have done. I'm 24, so I don't know. My life's permanently fucked forever. If you're whatever age you are now, it's too late. You can never change. You're stuck forever being who you are, and there's no chance for improvement. You're forever fucked. You were born wrong, and you will never be right. Can you, just so we're clear, that's the evil anxiety demon in me fucking my life up for me. Don't listen to that guy. That guy's an asshole and a prick. He's wrong, okay? You can change whenever you want. You can start improving, even if you do it little by little. Even if slowly but surely you start doing better things and start being healthier, it's going to be good for you, and it's going to work, you know? Ugh. Oh, damn. Really got nobody watching me. That's depressing. Ugh. Don't say the evil bad thought you're thinking out loud. Don't say the evil bad thought you're thinking out loud. which the evil bad thought is like, I should just quit. Quit what specifically? Well, everything. But no. Again, evil anxiety demon in my brain trying to fucking sabotage me more than I already sabotaged myself. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. But yeah, so anyway, to finish off this story, to round it all out, so when they put like the putty or the softener or whatever you want to call it back on my semi-permanent retainer, I don't know if they just didn't do it right, or they were just like, yeah, you know what, fuck this guy. We hate this guy. This guy's a piece of shit and he deserves to suffer. They didn't actually put the retainer back on my teeth. It's like jutting out. So it's like, when I close my teeth normally, I don't fucking notice it. But then, if I were to take my finger and run it along the inside of my teeth, guess what part of it sticks out and kind of fucking hurts when I press on it? The part that they took out, and then they just haphazardly slapped some fucking putty on it, and now it's like permanently out of place, and it's fucking bothering me, and I keep hitting it with my bottom tooth, and every time I hit it with my bottom tooth, I freak the fuck out. Like, like genuinely, how does it feel for like normal motherfuckers out there? How do you feel like not having anger issues? Because like for me, all my life, a constant thing in my life is that I have had anger issues. And so it's like anytime because like initially I was like, it's fine, I'm just being paranoid and dumb about it. And then like probably around the 5th time where I was just casually doing something and like the bottom row of my teeth hit my semi-permanent retainer that is jutting out, I started screaming every time it happened. And by screaming, what do you mean screaming? I mean, I would be talking, doing something, whatever, trying to eat, and then I'd hit it, and I go, Argh! I would do that. And it is hard for me not to do that. It's almost impossible for me not to do that, because I was born wrong. God made me wrong. God made me incorrect. If God is real, I will kill that motherfucker because he fucked me from birth. He made me wrong, and I hate him. I hate him for making me wrong. Because, like, I don't know. I don't want to get into it too much, but, like, do you have siblings? Because I'm sure you probably have a much different perspective on it if you don't have siblings. But, like, I have, I think technically, like, 5 siblings. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. I don't know. But I have, like, 3 main siblings. I have my sister, then I have a stepsister and a stepbrother. And, like, I would say I'm probably closest with my stepbrother. like we're both very similar in certain ways, you know, where it's like we're both like comedians in a certain sense. Like we both want to be funny, and like I don't know, but like my stepbrother, and maybe he's not, maybe he would say otherwise, but like I feel like he's just naturally more funnier than me. Like he has more charisma, and he's just like better at like making jokes and being witty and being personable and like all these things that I want to be, but I try to be, and I will say I don't always live up to being that way, you know? And then like there's my stepsister, uh where I would say like not I'm saying this not in a mean way. My stepsister is like basic. Like I would describe my stepsister as like a neurotypical standard human being that is like smart, funny, successful, and just like overall good at being a person. Like she is good at being a person in the modern day, where I feel like I'm not. I'm not good at being a person in the modern day. It's like I think I can have my niche. I can find my way in the world, but like I have to find a niche. I can't like fit into like normie society. Like yeah, I think maybe that's the best way to describe my sister. She is normal, you know? And like she's normal in a way where I'm like, where do you get off being so fucking normal? Where do you get off being like a normal person who's getting married next year, who has a successful career, who went to college, who dated in high school, who did all the normal stuff you're supposed to do growing up? Where the fuck do you get off? And then my younger sister, she is also more successful than me and better at being a person than I am in certain ways. And then in other ways, I feel like I am a bit better, but we both have our own issues, you know? And I'm sure also my stepbrother and my stepsister, they have their own issues, you know? It's like I don't mean this to paint it as like, oh, they're perfect people who never have any problems, but it's like that's kind of how I think of them in my mind. I think of them as like, oh, they're older, they're better at being people, they've always been like kind of inherently smarter and inherently better than me in a lot of ways, and I'll never be able to really live up to them. I'll never be able to be better than them at certain things, you know? Where it's like I don't know, it's like I feel similarly with like my stepdad, where it's like I'll never be as good of a person as my stepdad. Like the guy is great. He's like a wonderful person, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? You can't be good. What? Aren't stepdads supposed to fucking suck? And then like my mom is probably smarter and way more competent than I will ever be, but it's like, again, I think it's like I have similar problems to my mom, you know, where it's like I've seen her anger issues, or like you know, she was like a smoker for a while, and like I remember her quitting smoking and it being a semi-terrifying experience. Like nothing too bad happened, but like, you know, you just be running a little late to school one day, and then your mom would yell at the top of her lungs to tell you to get ready and scare the fuck out of you, you know? And it's like, I don't know, to me the story is funny in retrospect. It was scary at the time as a kid, but like I remember my mom yelling at me and my sister because we were like running a little late to get ready, like we normally were, to go to school. And then afterwards it was like, I don't know when this was. I think I was in the 5th grade or something like that, 4th or 5th grade. And like it was at this point where I was like sitting in the front of the car with my mom, and I like sat in the back of the car, and then she saw I was sitting in the back of the car, and then she started laughing like hysterically, and it was fucking terrifying. But now it's like being older and also getting addicted to nicotine. Me, I vaped, and then like quitting nicotine, I'm like, okay, I can't fully understand what my mom is going through, but I can roughly understand it. I roughly know what it's like to quit nicotine and how that fucks you up on a personal level and makes you highly irritable. And it's like already like it's like, I don't know, again, I don't know if anyone feels this way, but it's like, was I always meant to have anger issues? Like, is it because I get it from both of my parents who both have anger issues, or is it because of how I grew up that I have anger issues, or is it because I'm bad at being a person? Like, I could possibly not have anger issues, and I'm just failing and fucking up by having anger issues. Like, I don't know. And I think kind of the whole point of being alive and being a person is that you can't know. That is, like, impossible to know if, like, what is wrong with you is because of what you do or because of how you are, right? I don't know, does anyone else feel that way? Where it's like, I feel like there's some parts of me that just are the way that I am, and I can't do anything about it, you know? Like, it's like, for example, I'm like generally antisocial. Like, I can talk with people, I can have fun, like I'm nice and polite when interacting with people typically, unless of course I'm like upset or having a terrible time or you know, a traumatic experience or something like that. Then I'm probably a bit more rude or volatile or angry, and I of course feel immense amount of shame for that. But like, it's like, but like, I have a very limited social battery. Like, I am like the most introvert, you know? I'm an introvert's introvert, where it's like, I'm genuinely fine, like, not talking to people. Like, I will go days sometimes not talking to people, and I'm cool with that. Like, I'm like, oh, this is fine. And it's probably why I started live streaming, is because I needed someone to talk to other than myself, even if... Oh, shit. I was gonna say I have 0 people watching, but I got 4 people watching. Thanks, 4 people who tuned in to listen to a crazy man rant and ramble. I hope you find it entertaining, or you can take something out of it that's beneficial towards you, or to you, whatever. But yeah, it's like, I'm very introverted, and like, something that like, it made me because it's like, I don't know, I was born in 2001, so it's like, I don't know, I was born in like a weird sort of time where like things were getting better, but like, I don't know, I remember as a kid like getting into fights with like other kids, and that kind of being like oh, it's whatever. And then like at like a certain age, it's like, you can't fight anyone. Even if someone tries to fight you and then you punch them back, you're gonna get in trouble. You're not allowed to even like have conflict at all. And fuck, where was I going with this? It was something to do with the fact that it's like, growing up, things change and societal rules become different. No, what was it? It was something about, god damn it, I was on a roll and then I took a little detour in my brain. What was it? It was something about like, oh yeah, so like growing up, it's like, I was like a weirdo for being an introvert. That was it. Is that like, I'm sure kids these days still have to deal with that. But it's like, I think in general, kinda sorta, you know, obviously depends. But like, society is more generally accepting people who are like different or just outside of the norm. But like, I was like a freak because I because of like a variety of reasons. And it's like, for me, it's like, do I like being alone, or have I just been alone my entire life, so I'm used to it? like, does it's like, do I like being alone because that's what I like, or is it because I've had to be that way because it was hard for me to? It really wasn't hard for me to make friends, but like I didn't really have many friends, and then like usually when I would go home, I would be like, all right, cool, I get to not be around people anymore. Awesome. I can read or play video games or do something by myself that I like doing. And I remember my parents telling me a story about how like, or it might have been my aunt too. I don't know, but like, well, no, I think I remember the story. It was like, my mom or my stepdad told me that like they remember me being like a little kid, and like it's like I would interact and talk with people, but then eventually they would notice that I just like would run out of battery and I didn't want to do that anymore, and I wanted to go off by myself. And I'm like, oh fuck, I've always been this way. I was born this way. Like like I really was born like with this introverted tendency. And like I don't know, to me it's a very interesting kind of debate, like what I'll talk frequently about with like my stepdad, of like the idea of like nature versus nurture, where it's like when he was younger, and like I kind of similarly too sort of believe that it's like, well, nurture is the most important thing. It's like how you grow up and what you choose to do and how you choose to be. It's like that's what determines who you are and how you are. But then like as he got older, and like particularly my stepdad, his dad kind of like got a divorce with his mom and then like walked out of his life. Like he from like 6 years and onwards, my stepdad did not have a dad, you know, which is kind of ironic because around when I was like 4 or 5 or 6, that's when, you know, he became my stepdad, you know, so kind of a interesting parallel there. But I don't know, he kind of talked about how when he eventually got to college and like his mom had passed away, he was like, hey, I want to go meet my dad and I want to have a relationship with him. And so he did, and then he met his dad and he got along, and like he met like, you know, his dad's new wife. He had a family with cousins and all sorts of new people. And like he kind of realized how similar he was to his dad, in spite of like not having interacted with him since he was like 6 years old. And it's like the similarities they have. It's like it was like a kind of interesting awakening for him, where he's like, oh wow, a lot of who you are is determined by like it, not necessarily your genes, because I don't want to say that for obvious reasons, but like it's kind of like in your bones, let's say. That it's just like you're made a certain way, and like that's kind of how you are, and like even if you don't want to be, you share similarities. It's like I don't know how debunked it is, but like I remember watching a movie about like I think it was triplets. Like they were like triplets that were separated at birth, you know? And like I think they also did this with like twins too. And they like put the triplets in like specifically different families. Like, oh, we'll put this triplet with you know, a poor or lower class family, and then we'll put this triplet with a middle class family, and then we'll put this triplet with like a wealthy family. And it's like this it's like bizarre thing where it's like one of them recognized the other from some like newspaper, and then they met and realized that they were twins, and they were like, whoa, this is crazy, we're twins separated at birth. And like they had like a lot of inherent similarities in spite of leading different lives in different places with different families. And then come to find out, they had a triplet who, after seeing the news of those two reuniting, he was like, hey, I look exactly like these guys. And I don't know, it's a very interesting study, but it's also like completely unethical. Like, you shouldn't, it should not have been an experiment that was done. But like, yeah, it is this like bizarre thing where it's like it's like, I don't know, it's weird to think about how much of who you are is just based on how you were made, or like what like just random set of genetic DNA coding was in you as you were being made. Well, like what random halves that you pulled from your mother and from your father to like create you. It's so bizarre to think about, where it's like, I don't know, at least for me, I feel like you have this tendency to be like, no, I'm the way I am because I chose to be this way. Because surely it's like I like being alone because I'm independent and whatever. And it's like, no, my brain is sort of naturally suited for it. My brain is just designed that way. Where it's like, I still like social interaction. I like having friends. I like talking to people. But at some point, I'm like, I don't want to talk to people anymore. And it's like it's like, I don't know, it's weird that it's like, in some ways it's a conscious choice, but in a lot of ways it's an unconscious choice that I have going on with me. Anyway, I think I should start a new game because it's been a very long time since I've played this, i.e. 7 months. Been 7 months since I played Citizen Sleeper, and I really liked it, but I was just busy playing other games and doing other stuff, so never got around to finishing it. But yeah, let's see. A machinist repairs and modifies automated systems used in industrial resources extraction. Sleepers assigned to machinists work are usually diligent, careful, and structured people. That's not me, man. I'm not diligent or structured or careful. Let's see. An operator works with drones. Operator are usually cerebral and precise people. Don't know about precise, but I feel like I am certainly cerebral to a certain extent. And extractors work on resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often competent, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. Sounds like me to a certain extent. Maybe minus the endurance. And also probably minus the self-sufficiency. Alright, cool. I got 2 people here now. So, but before we actually get into the game of Citizen Sleeper, the other thing I wanted to talk about is the new show by Vince Gilligan, and of course a bunch of other people who worked on the show, but headed by Vince Gilligan, the guy who wrote Breaking Bad as well as Better Call Saul. But Pluribus. And I on Friday, so if it's Tuesday now, it'd be about like, was it 3-4 days ago? Actually, is it technically Wednesday now? It is technically Wednesday now. Alright, whatever. But yeah, so anyway, on last Friday, I sat down and watched Pluribus, and I watched all 6 episodes back to back in a row because I had a little gummy with a little certain substance in it. You know, you don't need to know what's in it, but I'll tell you, it starts with a T and it ends with a C, and I don't know what the H could be in the middle, but you know. But yeah, no, I watched the show and I fucking loved it. And I thought that episode 7 was out, but instead it was just like, oh, episode 7 coming out next week. And so I watched every single episode in one day, and I'm like, all right, cool, next episode. And it's like, ooh, sorry, you gotta wait a week, buddy. And I'm like, no, no, this show's so good. But it's all right because now I'm rewatching the show, and I'm just finished episode 2, and I like got a little bit into the beginning of episode 3. And like, I don't know, at least for me, one thing that I haven't seen anyone talk about that, like, at least to me, I find to be really interesting about the show is that I'm not going to get into any spoilers for Pluribus, so if you're worried about that, I won't do it. But there's like a moment in the show where our main character, Carol, she gets like upset. She gets like upset and angry, and that causes a lot of problems when she does that. And like, for me, as someone that has had anger issues a lot of my life, it's like, because also I think it's poignant that Carol is a woman, where it's like, the entire world is unable to handle a woman being angry. Because it's like, for me, it's like, you know, being a guy, it's like, I don't know, it's sort of funny where it's like, some people talk about, it's like, oh, being angry is a part of being a dude. And I'm like, really? Never once in my entire life have I ever been rewarded for being angry. Like, anger is not a good emotion. It is, at least for me, a destructive and powerful emotion that overwhelms me. Like, that's how I would describe anger for me personally. But like, it's so bizarre that it's like, I don't know, because it's like, I think in some cases it's like acceptable for men to be angry, but it's like, it's not really. You know, it's like, you're not okay to be angry at work. Like, you can be angry in your personal time, that's sort of fine. But like, if you're in school or you're in a workplace or you're doing whatever where you have to deal with other people, you are not allowed to be angry. It's not something that's allowed, you know? And so it's like seeing Carol getting reasonably upset, because again, no spoilers, but she is being reasonably upset for a variety of reasons. And like, the fact that it's like she's not allowed to be upset, that like really speaks to me, and again is something that is to be said about, like, especially with women. You know, I'm talking about how it's like, it's unacceptable for me as a man to be angry because A, it's scary, and B, it's destructive. Even if I'm not like personally, if I'm not like destructive towards another person, I'm like, I'm either burning like social bridges, you know? It's like, I've said some of the meanest shit in my life when I'm angry, stuff that I would have never said if I wasn't angry, but because I was angry, I go for the metaphorical throat, and I just want to hurt another person's feelings. I'm like, you have upset me, you've made me angry, now I'm going to try to say something to upset you and hurt you, because this is the only thing my brain can think of, because I'm not thinking rationally, you know? And but like, again, for women, it's even worse, because it's like, women are flat out, like never allowed to be angry. Like, if you're being angry, it is a character flaw, and you're not only being a bad person, but you're being a bad woman. Like, you're not supposed to be angry as like a girl or a woman, you know? And like, that fucking sucks. And because it's like, again, I think there's a reasonable thing of like, hey, you're allowed to feel the way that you do, but you can't allow that to let you harm people, you know? Like, there's a line where it's like, you can't be allowed, you can't harm people, you know? But it's like, in the show, it's just Carol being angry that is causing harm. Like, she's not like physically doing anything, she's not being violent, she is just being angry, and like, that is tantamount to violence in the show. And it's like, it's so fucked up that it is that way. And then motherfuckers online, full offense to any motherfucker who watches this beautiful goddamn work of art, and you're like, I kind of find the main character to be unlikable. It's like, yes, she's a little bit unlikable. That's why she's fucking relatable. That's why I like her so much, is she is a bitch. And I'm like, yes, I'm a bitch too. Be a bitch, Carol. You're completely within your right. Because, you know, all the negative shit that makes you, that is made up into you as a person, that is a part of you. You know, it's like, as much as I would love to be like some calm, I don't know, like monk saint like person who never feels a negative emotion. I feel negative emotions all the time, and like you have to learn to deal with it in a healthy way. And that was the thing for me growing up, is that just like I never had a healthy way to deal with my anger. It was always just, you can't be angry. You're not allowed to be angry. If you are angry, you get in trouble. And it's like, cool, that's awesome, great way for me to deal with my anger. Every time I get angry, I get punished, and that just makes me more angry. But yeah, again, that's also the thing with like Carol, is that like when she gets angry, she is made to feel guilt. Like even if it's not like intentional, like she is made to feel guilt because her anger causes harm. And like I think it's just so fucking cruel, man. It's like such a cruel existence that like even in this fucked up situation that Carol is in, she is not allowed to be angry. She is not allowed to show her emotions in that way. She is only allowed to show positive emotions. And it's like there's like another part where like a man is talking to her, and he's like, hey, don't get upset now. That's the last thing that you should be doing. And it's like, me watching it, I'm like, I want to fucking kill this guy. Because, like, again, also, as a guy with anger issues, the number one thing to not tell me when I'm getting angry is, hey, you should calm down. Oh, really? I should calm down. Wow, thanks. What else should I do, jackass? Oh, should I be a better person? Should I fucking join an organization that actually helps people instead of wasting my fucking life doing nothing? Wow, thanks. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Where it's like, even if you are being kind or being nice or like just trying to do something good, you know, it's like for me it has the opposite effect. Where I'm just like, fuck you. You don't understand how I'm feeling, and if you did, your first thing wouldn't be, hey, you should calm down, or like, hey, I think you should calm down. Like even when people are being nice about it, it's like, you're just telling me what to do, and you're saying I'm not allowed to feel emotions or be who I am. I have to recede into myself and go, hey, you know, you're right. I am being irrational and angry. I'm so sorry about that. Is there anything I can do to help you? Where you have to, at what I would call customer service mode. You have to go into customer service mode to placate people, because it's like, I don't know, it's such a weird thing, living as a person and being in a society where it's like, I don't know, again, I think... to get real, because up until now I've been being fake this whole time, but like part of the reason why I like live streaming is that I do just drop the mask of like I'm like, oh hey, yeah, actually this thing that like, take for example, when I was at the dentist, the person who was working on my teeth, like, because they were to the right of me and the teeth they were working on were on the left side of my mouth, face, whatever, the whole time she's like, hey, move your head over towards me. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. But then as she's like doing the drilling or whatever, like almost the whole time, where I don't know what it is, but like the tool that sprays a bunch of water in your mouth and that you have to have an assistant like sucking up that water alongside it, because I had my head tilted and like I don't know how the physics of it were working exactly, but the whole time during this dentist appointment, anytime she's using the water, there's just constant water running out of the right side of my mouth because I'm tilted over that way, and like the assistant isn't getting all the water because it would probably be really hard or impossible to do so. And like here's the thing, because I'm at the dentist, I'm just like, I accept this. I accept water running down the side of my cheek and then going to like the bottom of my ear. Like the water reaches my earlobe, and I'm just like, yep, this is what being at the dentist is. I now must suffer for not taking care of my teeth, and that's fair. That is on me. But the thing that kind of got me was when she like noticed it for like probably like the second or third time, where it's like the whole time it's been happening. The entire time she's been doing it, it's been happening constantly, and this was only like the third time she noticed, but it had been happening the whole time. And she goes, how is the water getting there? How is that happening? And I'm like you don't know? Aren't you? You're fucking drilling into my teeth and you don't know how the water is going out of my mouth? I mean, again, it's probably fucking really hard to be a dentist. I could never do it. Like, my hat goes off to these fucking professionals who dedicate their lives to helping people and doing something that others cannot. Like, my full respect to them. But it's like, but it's like, you don't know? It's physics. Why does the water keep dribbling out of your mouth? Oh, well, it's probably because you're fucking putting a bunch of water in my mouth. And I would say, like, typically, the least fun part about being in the dentist is, like, the water or saliva that just builds up in the back of your mouth. And you're just, like, stuck between, I'm stuck between, like, trying not to gag and then resisting my, like, urge to swallow. Because I'm just like, there's a bunch of water near the back of my throat, and my brain goes, hey, there's liquid in your mouth near the back of your throat. You should either drink this or, you know, cough it up, spit it out. And and I'm just like, well, fuck it. I'm at the dentist. I gotta wait until they go close, and then I can get that water out of there. But until then, I'm just like, I gotta live with the fact that there's water in the back of my throat and it's bugging the fuck out of me. But I mean, hey, that's part of being at the dentist. But yeah, it's just because like, again, I would not have been as annoyed by it if she wasn't like, why does this keep happening? And I'm like, you're the one doing it. You can't ask the question of, hey, why is this happening, when it's ostensibly either your fault or the dental assistant's fault. But it's either your guys' fault. It's not my fault. I'm just sitting here trying to keep my mouth open and just trying to not fucking have a panic attack, and then also trying not to shiver that much because I'm so fucking cold in this goddamn dentist office. And I thought I could leave my jacket in the fucking car because I'm like, oh, it's gonna be heated in the dentist office. And then I'm like sitting there and I'm shivering the whole time. And I'm like, fuck, I didn't bring my jacket. And what am I gonna do? Hey, hold on. I know you guys are very busy and you have like a very serious, hard to do job, but could you let me go run out to my car and grab my jacket so that way I'm not cold? No, I would be a little fucking baby bitch if I did that. So I must suffer in the cold and I must suffer the dental appointment, and then they fucking don't put my semi-permanent retainer back in, and now I must suffer with this for the rest of my life until the day I die. I'm still gonna be mad about it, but like, again, when she brought that up, I didn't say anything because I still had to keep my mouth open and have shit in my mouth or whatever. Not dentist stuff in my mouth. I don't know. That sounds better. I think it does sound better than shit in my mouth, you know. But still, but like in my head, my automatic response was like, oh, hey, no worries, don't worry about it. Like, again, I accept this. But it's like after the fact, I'm like, you fucked up putting my semi-permanent retainer back in. I have water dripping down the side of my face the whole time. It's fucking cold as fuck in this dentist office. I'm fucking miserable. I hate the dentist. But it's like, that's how it's supposed to be, right? you're supposed to go in the dentist and you're supposed to hate it because you fucked up. Like, the ideal thing is you go in the dentist, they fucking clean your teeth, and they're like, wow, we barely have to clean your teeth. Your teeth were so fucking clean. Wow, awesome job. You're a good person. Here's a prize for being a good person, and you don't have to suffer. All right, cool. Be on your way. You don't even have to pay that much money. And it's like, for me, it's like, oh, cool. I've paid $100 to get my mouth fucked up forever. Cool. This is how it should be. This is what I deserve. But yeah, anyway, so to be clear, dentists are good. They're not evil. I put it in the description of this live stream. Can't get mad at me. Dentists are good. I'm an idiot. I'm probably wrong. Because, again, I'm also like, do they need to do all those fillings? Is it true that I need to have all 3 of these fillings done? Or did they just do it to fuck with me? And I'm like, no, they wouldn't. I don't think they would. Do dentists do that sometimes? Where they're just like, hey, you know what? Fuck this guy. I fucking hate this guy. Let's fucking unnecessarily fill a cavity for him. Or not fill a cavity, because it would be unnecessary if I didn't have the cavity. But, yeah. God, man, it feels good getting stuff off your chest, man. This is why people pay for therapy. Unfortunately, I'm poor, so I'm not paying shit. I'm not going to a fucking therapist. They're just gonna use it against me, because therapists are evil. It's just like the doctor. Just like any other medical professional you have to pay money to. They don't fucking care. They just want money. Which I think is only kind of half true. Because, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe no offense to my doctor, but, like, anytime I go to see my doctor, I'm like, I fucking hate this guy. I don't want him as a doctor. Because it's like, it's like, here, I can summarize pretty much any doctor visit I've ever had. Hey, you should probably stop consuming THC, and then also you should exercise more, and, you know, eat better. And I'm like, oh, cool, thanks, doc. Oh man, cool. Yeah, no, I just needed someone to tell me that. Yeah, no, the reason I don't exercise at all is because I just didn't think to do that. I just thought it was an unnecessary thing to do. It's not because, you know, I'm a fundamentally broken person that finds it a struggle to do basically anything. Yeah, no, yeah. I'll just start taking walks. I'll just walk around my fucking neighborhood because, you know, I don't have an immense amount of social anxiety and fear of, like, the outside world. Yeah, no, I'm good, actually. Thanks, doc. Appreciate it. I will say, though, the fucked up thing is that, like, after my last doctor's appointment where he did say that, I was like, yeah, I probably should start exercising more. And I started swimming. But unfortunately it's cold and I don't want to drive to like a YMCA or like wherever the fuck you can go to get like an indoor like semi-heated pool. I don't know where that is, so I'm just like, well, now I'm just not going to swim anymore. And now that I'm not swimming and it's also winter and, you know, Thanksgiving just happened, I'm fucking so much fatter. And I'm like, fuck, dude, I was exercising, I was losing weight, and now I just put it all back on, and then some. What the fuck? Why the fuck is my body a machine I have to maintain? I fucking hate this thing. This thing barely works for me. Why do I have to work for it? You're telling me that this piece of shit body that I have has got all the brain problems, it's got all the body problems, I've had a stammer and a stutter my entire life, I don't touch people because I have a distinct memory as a kid because I have hyperhidrosis, which if you don't know what that means, it's a fancy way of saying I sweat a lot, particularly from my hands and my feet, and like from my feet is normally not as bad because I'm usually wearing socks or shoes, so it's kind of negligible. But with your hands constantly sweating. They're sweating right now, in fact, because I'm elevated and self-conscious and anxious, and you know, a little tiny thing is slightly off of my body, so my body's like, hey, we gotta make your hands sweat now. Why? Because God fucking hates me, or there is no God and I just got unlucky. What's fucked up too is that I literally know I inherited it from my biological father. Like, he's like, oh yeah, I had sweaty hands too. And it's like, fuck you, man. This shit has like permanently altered my life for the worse. Cause like, I don't touch people, and I also in general don't like being touched by people, because I have a memory of like like shaking a kid's hand or something like that, or like doing like a normal reach out, grab of the shoulder thing. I forget what it is, but one thing that will always stay in my mind forever until the day I fucking die is, ew, gross, why are your hands wet? And that will always be in my brain, and I will always be like, oh, I'm not allowed to touch people. Oh yeah, I can't touch people. Oh yeah, I have to keep my hands in my pockets all the time. And then bitch-ass motherfucking teachers who have beef with a child will be like, hey, take your hands out of your pocket. And I'm like, oh, you want me to take my sweaty hands out of my pocket so that way I can like rub them on my khaki shorts, so that way everyone can see that my hands are constantly sweating, or think that I pissed myself, or whatever anxious thoughts you have as a child? Cool, thanks teacher. Really appreciate you. What a formative mind you are, shaping the minds of our youth, you narcissistic motherfucker. Man. But oh yeah, and then also another little wrinkle in this is that again, you can read into this however you want, but I mean this just in the sense of like, I am like genetically like probably Scottish, Irish, and then probably like British or something like that. I am a white ass motherfucker. I have freckles, or at least I used to have freckles when I used to go out in the sun. I still have freckles on my arms. I don't have any more on my face though. I used to have them on my face when I was a kid. But like, so it's like, I feel like my body and my genetics or whatever are suited for environments like Ireland or Scotland or, you know, Britain or wherever. You wanna know where I was born? Florida. I was born in Florida. So I already have this like inherent genetic disposition to having sweaty hands, and guess what? Do you think being in Florida helped that? No, because they were sweating all the time. Like they sweat if I get anxious. Like right now it's pretty cold in my house. Like it's like probably 68 degrees or something like that. So it's actually probably 66 Fahrenheit. But like if I'm hot too, my hands will sweat. So like being in Florida all the time, I'm just like, anytime I'm outside, my hands are sweating. This fucking sucks. Like the only time they wouldn't sweat is if I would get lucky. Because it's like literally if I'm even thinking, I'm like, oh, my hands aren't sweating right now, my brain's like, oh, hey, cool, good thought, man, we should make your hands sweat. And it's like, why the fuck was I born this way? And then also the other thing that thankfully I have now fully grown out of for the most part is I used to have devastating migraines as a kid where I was just completely unable to do anything. And again, what was the reaction from like most not most, but like I would say more than average of like teachers or authority figures is, why the fuck are you having a migraine? Couldn't you just like go outside? Because shout out to this motherfucker. I'm thinking specifically of this guy, Mr. Horowitz, who is my 5th grade teacher. And like, this dude was like a narcissistic douchebag, but it's like I didn't know that because I was a kid. I felt like, oh, I was a bad kid, I fucked up, and so now I deserve to be treated like shit by this adult. And it wasn't until like years later, I think I was in high school at this point, and I was just like casually talking to my stepdad, and I was like, oh, hey, you remember my 5th grade teacher, Mr. Horowitz? And and my stepdad was like, oh yeah, that guy was a fucking asshole. He treated you like shit. That guy was terrible. And I was like, what, really? Because, like, I didn't know. The whole time I was like, oh yeah, I deserve to be treated like shit by this fucking adult man baby. Because I was a child and I didn't know no better. And then it took me into, like, my stepdad was just like, oh yeah, that guy was terrible. He was an asshole. I hated him. Like, it was the most vindicating feeling of my life, being like, hearing my stepdad be like, oh yeah, I hated that guy. He treated you terribly. And I was like, what? No fucking way, man. Ugh. Nah. Oh, sorry. I'm out of energy. I'm all talked out, at least for the minute. God, I love talking though. Also, do you see why I like live streaming? Because, like, I'm sure if I was, like, pretty close with someone, I could talk about stuff like this with them. But then it's like, also, they would talk, or they would want to have a different topic of conversation to bring up, and yada, 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 and so forth. It's like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just me, but it is so incredibly freeing and nice to be able to just talk into a microphone. And hey, if anyone wants to listen, I'm fucking very happy that you want to listen to me. You know, even if you're just listening to laugh at me or make fun of me or do whatever. I don't know. But it's like, hey, I appreciate it. And like, the nice thing too is that if you don't want to listen to me, don't. Like, tune out. Go watch something else. Go do yourself a favor and watch Pluribus if you haven't watched it. Or maybe do the smart thing and wait, like, I think 3 more weeks or two more weeks. I don't know. It's you gotta wait till Friday, and then I think 2 more weeks because there's gonna be like 9 episodes, and there are 6 episodes out now. So just wait, like, again, like 2.5 weeks. You'll be able to binge the whole show, and you won't have to stop like I did. But honestly, it is like such a great show that I'm like, I don't mind rewatching it. I'll rewatch it a little bit as I'm waiting for the new episode to come out. Because also it's like I'm getting like much more information, and then also because I'm not watching it while like high as shit, I'm like, oh, I can actually remember some of the other characters' names other than Carol. Where I'm not gonna fucking lie to you. Watching through it the first time, I'm like, what the fuck is her last name? It's Sturka, Carol Sturka. But he's like Kumbaya, or Kumba, with Kumba Debante, or Debate, Lakshmi. Damn, I thought I remembered more of the characters' names, but at least those 3 are the kind of most prominent characters. Huh. But yeah, it is Zosia, of course. But yeah, I don't know, it's such an interesting show, and I really like it. But so it's like nice being able to rewatch it because you're able to pick up on like different details. I don't know. I've come to realize I really like rewatching and replaying stuff. Like, it's actually incredibly fun and fascinating to do. Because, like, when I was younger, I would, like, never do that. I'd be like, yeah, it's weird to rewatch something. Like, you watch something, then you watch something else. You watch something new. And as I've gotten older, I'm like, no, it's actually fucking sick as hell to rewatch something you've already seen. Because you pick up on, like, foreshadowing. You pick up on, like, little details and tiny things you didn't notice the first time around. And you get to, like, see some of your favorite scenes again, and you get to, like, really enjoy them. It's like, oh, I know this scene that's coming up. I like this scene a lot, and you get to see it, and it's fun. I don't know. I'm a weirdo freak. Don't listen to me, or listen to me all you want. Whatever your preference is. But I think fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know, I have to go be a human and use the restroom, but, yeah. I don't know. Trust people around you. I think most people are good people who are just looking out for you, you know? But it's like, I don't know, again, I think the thing with, like, any professional that you're going to see is that I think a healthy amount of doubt is good sometimes, of like, you should ask questions, you should be sure of things, you know? Get a second opinion if that is possible. But I would say in general, you should trust them. You know, they went to school. They did a lot of work, put a lot of time and effort into it. Uh, but then also realize it's like, well, they're not perfect, but neither am I. It's not like like I certainly don't know better than a dentist nor a doctor or anyone who is any amount of professionalism to them. It's like I'm probably worse than most people out there, you know. But like, yeah, I would say in general, because it's like for me, I was like, oh, I don't know about these fillings, and I'm like, oh no, the fillings are fine. The fillings are all good. What's fucked up now about my mouth is my semi-permanent retainer. But then also I'm like, well, they are dentists, but they're not orthodontists. Like, there's a reason why there are two different professions with two different names that kind of cover similar fields, but ultimately different. And it's like, well, yeah, it's like, of course the dentist isn't gonna be able to perfectly put my semi-permanent retainer back in because they're not an orthodontist, and it was the orthodontist that put my semi-permanent retainer in my mouth in the first place. And so now I don't know. It's either going to be a good excuse to get my semi-permanent retainer out of my mouth, which that'll be kind of nice in more ways than one, or I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to go in and get this like very minor adjustment for my semi-permanent retainer. Oh, this fucking sucks. I'm probably gonna have to get another fucking needle in my mouth, and then I'm probably gonna have to pay like $100 again. And I'm just gonna suffer until I die. That's my solution. All my problems I deserve to have. Nothing about me can be fixed. Was forever made broken, and I will forever be broken until I die, and I deserve it because I'm a bad person. How am I a bad person? I don't know. I have emotions sometimes, and that's fucked up. I shouldn't be having those. Man, oh man. Alright, but yeah, anyway, like I said, I'm gonna go use the restroom, so I'll be gone for a minute, so forgive me for that, or don't. I don't know. Do whatever you like, but go watch something else, maybe tune back in 5-10 minutes at most. I should be back in 5. Hubba. Pausing to indicate that I'm back after a brief or not quite so brief hiatus. Where are you? Items. Cryo? Oh god, no. This is a game that requires reading and I can't read right now because I'm drunk. Oh god, I'm panicking. There's only one solution to this. The only one I know. And that's another drink. Alright. Oh, God, there are people here. So sorry for what you're about to witness, or I guess hear, more so. Alright. So I'm trying to think about like what my reading voice is going to be. Because I'm 50-50 on the first thing you became aware of on waking is the disconnect. The delay between thinking and feeling. Between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. I don't know what that's my first instinct. That's how I want to read it. But no, what I should do is the first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting, minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent so many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. Ooh, I'm gonna think of that body, man. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach, until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in, behind and around you, and the sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain. At least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. I want to remember the others. You remember there were 10 of you. 10 that could no longer stand the indentured work, the routines, the slow decay. 10 whose belief in their promised future was slowly dismantled day by day until they realized they had sold away everything that could and would ever matter. 10 that would escape, or at least die trying. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock, even if the airless hold of a freighter, in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. I'll try to rest. But you are restless. It's been a long time since you left, surely weeks, maybe months. You are dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body is still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Time passes. The cold creeps in further. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound, too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. Then, light. White as the cold, softer and softer, until in a haze of dirty yellow a figure appears. You are out. Ho ho ho. God, man, this game is atmospheric. And also, I'm sorry I'm butchering the reading of this. It is really fun, though. And then, plus also, I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but, like, if I were... I'm now kind of remembering partly why I didn't live stream this game, other than me being busy with other stuff, is that it requires an immense amount of reading from you. At least I think if you're doing an entertaining or at least worthwhile live stream, where it's like, I don't know, I could, for example, just sit here and silently read or even like react to the information, but then not read it out loud. And I just feel like in that case, I'm not really adding anything. At least when I'm reading, I'm adding something to it. But then I think the funniest thing too is when I'm reading something out loud is like how I will like read words differently, or like I feel like, I don't know if this is a problem or a boon of my brain, but I will autocorrect things, or I will like assume what the next word is going to be. Tends to be a bit of a problem when reading something out loud. But then, like, if somebody were to leave a comment and like there were to be a grammar mistake or a spelling mistake or something like that, my brain does kind of just autocorrect it, where I'm like, oh, I know what you meant, and so I'm going to read it as you meant it and not as you actually wrote it, you know? Because, like, I don't know, it's just an odd thing my brain tends to do, which it does sometimes kind of screw me over when I'm like reading something I've written and I'm like, all right, cool, that looks good, I wrote it right, and then I'm like, hey, you mind reading this for me? And they're like, yeah, you misspelled a word here, you have a comma here where you shouldn't, and I'm like, fuck, no, I thought it was perfect. It's been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of a scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You're surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. So, sleeper, you all thawed out yet? Almost. Never seen one of you come in like this. Your frames must have been better perseverance in sub-zero vac. Seen more than a few you frozen solid to whole plates or inside-outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes, the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irisine eye locking you with an unflinching stare. Look at that cute little guy. Hi, little guy. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. That didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment, or perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. What happened to them? I plan to survive. You're unsure if he hears you. I won't ask what led you to do it. To sell yourself to a corporation? I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now. And you are just software. A rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells, the promise of a life off-world. But as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person. You are an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least, the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. Same for any sleeper who makes it out. S and ARP wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep a hold of you, well then, no one can. You remember... You remember that one... Damn it. Drink more. Drink more, say less. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them, and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you're one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away, towards the glassy dome of the yard. The Eye is the best place you could be right now. The Eye? The station. You'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I got things to be getting on with. He trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside of you. Emotion. Fatigue. You secretly get to your feet. Alright, you head on up there. You look like you need some rest. With that, Dragos stalks back into the Rex, his drones already converging on a rustling hulk. Plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. A pragmatic and private salvager. Welcome to Erlin's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Hit the other container location to rest and end the cycle now. But what if I don't want to end the cycle? What if I want the cycle to continue? Okay, we get on the cycle. You wake up, curled up in the corner of the container, and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its messages readable, but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are, on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Getting answers. It all matters. The past is impossible to escape if it remains a blur. What SNR did to you cannot be forgotten. You need a way of understanding all this before you can move on. Where are you? What is this place? What happened to the others? The questions outnumber the answers. You want to change that, but you have to learn how to survive first. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container. The mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachet smells like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As a pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring, like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns burning into your mind. Something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you finish drinking before they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Alright. Condition represents the current status of your body. I'm flickering. Depletes by one segment each cycle. You can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. Your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. Classic. You'll have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. Action dice. At the start of your day, each cycle you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you've used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. Energy. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you will be starving. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at double rate per cycle. Alright, so don't starve. Good advice. Dragos is standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensor eyes rapidly irising. How you feeling? Not good. The drone chirps. Dragos nods. You notice beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. He pauses. So, I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Sure. Alright then. He nods. The yard, simple stuff. We hack these old holes down, sell them off to shipyards or the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but figure as a sleeper, you'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Got it. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited moving on as quick as you can, and sleepers, well... He trails off. But, things being the way that they are for me, at the yard, I need the help. Happy to. Okay. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. Will do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. Okay. Yeah, alright. Repeatable action, risk, skill, modifier. Okay. Well, yeah, let's do one of these with that. Start action. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed by the actions. Some clocks, such as the one Dragon Jars, are cycle clocks. This clock tick themselves once each cycle and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed. Okay. Citizen Sleeper, you unlock drives, so you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives, depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any tracked drive will place a yellow marker on locations that will help you pursue your goal. Okay, access that with L1. Cool. You're now free to explore Erlin's Eye, make a life for yourself here, try tracking a drive to help you survive. Look for food to keep your energy up and a way to recover condition, fill clocks to progress stories, and find new opportunities. Remember to end cycle at your home when you're out of dice. Okay. Okay, there we go. I think for this one... okay, that gives me a +1, so start that. Alright, neutral outcome. Oh, perk sunbathe. Your frame's photosynthetic skin allows you to gather energy through sunlight. The longer you stay, the better. Alright. Yeah, hold on. Before I go to sleep, maybe I should eat some food. Nope, can't do it there. Bright market. Explore the market. Engage. Alright. Seems like there's a lot of danger. Pay low end toll. Okay, I only have 45 cryo, so can't do that. Alright. Sleep into my empty container then. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting skeletal ring, surrounds you. For a moment you are gone, absent from your own body and stretched out across a colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange and then extensions, as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of disturbed nodes they connect to. You see the station. No, you feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. Ooh. Observe it. Even though you have no eyes, no sight, you see, feel the map of the station. No, not the map of the station, but the map of its connections. It is a looped cloud with spokes and spires that jut out into space. It is an ingrown thing full of obsolete loops and severed pathways. It is a system, a map, and a territory all at once. You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you insistently, as if it were a small child. Somehow it is pulling you in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second, you feel it waiting there. The station splayed out across your mind, a storm of connective nodes waiting to be explored, and then it's gone. Okay, interesting. I think do that. Okay. Memphis is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. For precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok, his other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables and some red-flecked dressing. The smell is incredible. I was trying to read what it is, because it's hard to read with the white text over his, like, white, not white, but light green pants. And it says an imposing street vendor. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with the bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. Approach. You join the queue. It's mostly made of off-duty salvagers, vac suits, unzipped and rolled down to expose stained vests, grubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. They discuss the best food on the eye, the best drink, comparing notes on bright market dives, their words cut through with heavy spacer slang. Eventually it's your turn, and you shuffle to the front. Emphas speaks in a deep, even tone without looking up. First try is free. Thank him. Smells almost unbearably strong as he cooks, the earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire, and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers, Emphas says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility in its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container, and the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems, you tell him, like some dream that you once had but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, and you're unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time, we can talk some more. He smiles. But next time, you pay. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner side and shuts it off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time, then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the walk. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Alright. New drive found? Slum Doctor. Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. Shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You were thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place, but now that you're here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hab block, they've all made the long queue a test of your nerve. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body, will. You suppress a shiver and shuffle towards the front of the queue. You try to find something to distract yourself. Look at the enforcer. The enforcer is looking down the corridor, and you dare to glance at him. His purpose is unmistakable. He's there to intimidate, to threaten, and if necessary, carry out those threats. His broad shoulders are framed with a metal exoskeleton. A couple of mirror-like implants sit below his eyes, like mercury teardrops, subsidiary sense input, or aesthetic markers. You aren't sure. You also aren't familiar with the geometric blade-like tattoo on his arm, but you make a note of it. You avert your eyes when he looks back at the queue. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway, and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head, and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. Floor to ceiling, transparent panel gives a full view of Bright Market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above, and for a moment you're transfixed by the motion. Come, sit, calls a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The doctor in Bright Market. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak, they blink, and then quickly regain their composure. Please, sit. They gesture to the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to your eye. Remain still, please. Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. How long have you been on the station? They ask, the scanner still to your eye. A few cycles. They nod. It's good you came to me. They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body is dying. They say it, without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SNR doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose to prevent bodies like yours, frames, as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping. They built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which SNR remains the sole producer of. They look up. Sound familiar? Yes. Good. That may help. They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. I'm sorry, Sabine says, and you're unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers, as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm, and SNRP has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns to face you. I may be able to help. They sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. You saw Toshiro outside. You nod. He works for my benefactor, Yadagan. They are... Yadagan? Yadagan. They are influential on the low end. They give me the space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds. They look away. But Yadagan... Yadagan? Yadagan. But Yadagan has connections. Smugglers from the Star Ward Belt. Mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source a stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive. But I think we can do it. Thank you. Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. I'll risk it. Ooh. All right. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind, sparkles with glittering lights like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads you see bright shapes, cachets of shimmering lights beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, then leap off into the void. Begin to understand. These are nodes and connections, a map of information, of communication. There are so many layers, so many loops that it seems almost impossible to parse, but you begin to try. Focus on the threads. There are more threads than you can count. You choose one that passes nearby and approach it. As you inspect it, you understand why you instinctively chose the word thread when you first saw them. They are not single lines, but rough, fuzzy things, woven from data strings of all kinds. The threads and nodes, passage and puzzle boxes. One leads to another. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then, that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see two lines, two threads pulling in different directions, as if they were tied around you. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something. A spear shimmering above a strange angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. The first thread leads out, away from the station into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They are in a ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. You open your eyes. Time is short. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While there, you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data. But be careful, these networks are old and strange. Press triangle to toggle this view on and off. Okay, so more skills means more dice. Ah, and you can match it by having the exact number you need. Seems like these are all mostly 2s. That's a 1. Match, bypass. Extract data. A lone connection feed. +1 encrypted key. The lone connection feeds into this isolated node. Its last access timestamp is 1,000 cycles ago. Okay, I'll have to wait 3 cycles for the medicine then. Emphas doesn't trust people easily, but he knows this as regular customers in his own quiet way. There we go. Back in business. Alright. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. Sleeper, wait up. I'll turn. Feng is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you? He grins. You do now. He puts a hand on your arm. Seen you hanging around. Just want to chat. You staying in that thing? He nods back to the container, shaking his head. Rough. It can be hard to get a start on the eye. He looks away, down the passage. What was it old Erlin said? The eye opens for us all? Nice idea, but, well, not always very practical. Glances back at you. We do our best, but it isn't easy. We? You pass together into the main walkway. Haven Age. Is that really Haven Age? Or is it Havenge? I'm gonna go with Haven Age. That's how I'm pronouncing that. Probably doing it terribly, but Haven Age. We're all one dysfunctional family. Fang puts an arm around you. I'm not part of the security branch, though. Don't worry, I'm with systems. Haven Age? Think of us as an administrative association for the Eye. Depending on who you talk to, we either emerge as a response to, or a continuation of, Andre Erlin's original union. He smiles. Personally, I avoid the topic. He stops you in the quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I've been seeing some unusual network activity and, well, I know a little bit about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you. He glances around, but this is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare. Then, when you're settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. What they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, sleeper. He walks off down the passage, raising a hand in farewell. Alright. Do not have one Solheim cipher. This node is orbited by the remains of corporate countermeasure broken long ago by hackers. One encrypted key. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread strung tight around you. It tethers you in place. A taste. The voice makes you shiver. Its source somehow both distant and close by your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent. Processing. I'll resist. You struggle against the thread and it tightens in response. A glittering garrote. Garrote? God, I know that word, I just don't know how to say it. Because it's like, it's garrote wire? You know, like the thing you would like kill someone with in Hitman? A glittering garrote. Garrote? Damn it. Please hold. Sentient protocol unraveling. It's Hunter. That's an interesting design it has. It's got like 4 legs, but like you can't see what the bottom is, so it's like, are they hooves? Are they like pincers? And then just a bunch of tentacles coming out of it? Ooh. The thread around you thickens until it's a ring, a cylinder. A tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What are you? The shape paces around you on lithe legs, though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity, identify, origin, serial, cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. I don't understand. Sentience questionable. Fuck you too. That's funny. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature. Of and not of. Attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop. The figure halts its threads, its head twitching. Entity. Your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I am a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Sealed dock? An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. Strike. You lash out with all your force, not a physical strike, but a focusing, a spike of interference leaping out like the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. Wake up. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. Alright, well, let's not do any more of that. Alright. Oh, okay. Can't work there anymore, so it seems. Dragos. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast dark shape suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hole plates and bent structures, spilling from holes in the twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Dragos stands next to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it is lowered into the yard. She is. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for this monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what became of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? He glances at you. Managed to convince our salvager friends to give me it on credit. That's what happened. No, what happened to the ship? Not my concern. He shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving? It's not caving. Always nice when you get a game that makes you realize your vocabulary is shit. Like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I should say you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrive in a similar fashion. Locked inside that container, the wreck of the Essence Art freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth into the strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about the ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Dragos squeezes your shoulder. After this past cycles, I think we're up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name on the ship emblazoned on the side, Winterlight. Let's do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty. Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. Take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting and then slip out of the yard, feeling the sudden cold in the empty passage. Ooh. You've completed your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Access the character menu with R1. Okay. Survive. Study the winter light. Get to know Emphas. Build a ship mind. Okay. Okay, I was like, what can I actually upgrade? Chance to gain energy after any engage action. Hard to kill. Keep 2 dice even when condition is breaking. That might be useful, but maybe not yet. Oh yeah, and I can't get it yet because it needs 2 upgrade points. I think. So in this case, give me Thrill Seeker. Play the exchange. The flow of chits and components in the exchange is complex, but a sharp eye and some tight trades can net you a good margin. I don't know about all that. Yeah, I'm not going to take a 50-50 chance. Thanks. Yeah, well, might as well check out the ship, which is the Fading Winter Light, or what's it called? Yeah, the Winter Light. I don't know why I thought it was fading, but I guess it kind of is. Well, it's already faded. Investigating the Winter Light means picking through its systems and structure with care. It won't pay, but you may find answers. I almost want to do that, but what's the risk? Yeah. Might as well try to salvage. Alright. Yard clearance, 16 cryo. Sleeper. Fang catches your attention as you approach the Haven Age building, leaning against the bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier to come in this way. Security, all that. Gives you a look. You know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Fang inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnostic slates and things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. There is a chorus of hums that blend into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Fang leans on a server stack and gestures around you. You like it? What is all this? He taps a nearby server stack, which bleeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from the sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. He steps over to a towering block speckled with vents. Some of these systems are built from the original station. I'm sure there's a way to say that. So I'm just gonna go A-E-I. I-1, the Solheim built. We've had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they are seeing a constant, concrete reality. But this place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. We're keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face you, among the flickering machines humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can, can't you? I can see it. It makes sense, right? You're between here and there, between the people and their system. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Fang notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. They are tracking me. Pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see, access protocols, lost to time and decay, secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place, break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in Haven Age, there is old growth, those whose roots trace back into those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about that tracker of yours. He winks. What do you say, Sleeper? I'm in. Fang pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye. You won't regret it, Sleeper. Fang passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift. He smiles. It's a Solheim cipher. I dug it up from the depths of the station. Slot that into an old network gate, and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods at the ceiling, granted me an acquisitions budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet. Keep it clean, Sleeper, and I'll see you soon. You step, blinking, back out into the passage, those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. Alright. The first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes, in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with a case open in front of them, a set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. I have no idea how Yatagan. They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. I'm the test case? That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. Stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant or operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. Stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its organs. Which means the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away. At least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I will start with a small dose to limit the risk. Okay, let's do it. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses the syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe and you watch as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel a needle, your frame registering the initial injection but with little response. Sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake? Yes. The stabilizer's genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yadagan acquired a case of this stuff. Yadagan? Yadagan. But they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you're gonna have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You are going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room as they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Well, I'm stable. Ah. Haven Age data? Data here is part of a cache, tucked away during the collapse. Who had this and for what purpose? Cryptic key. Sure, I'll buy some scrap. Okay. Well, certainly got some things to do. Yeah, if you're still here, I could unload some contents. Alright. Yeah, this still waiting on that to arrive. And don't know if I want to take that 50-50. See if any of these require a 1. Hey, what do you know? Oh, hey, Hunter. A glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of Hunter's head appears in the distance. It is looking for you. You slip down into the ghostly structures of the eye, a feeling like passing through a cloud as their data structures deform and reform around you. Another glimmer catches your eye, closer now, that roving orb wreathered. A wreath in its tentacles. It flickers, jumps once, twice, and then it is here. Hunter is here. Entity, submit to inquiry. To inquiry? Hunter reaches for you in that unpleasantly familiar way, its waving threads creating a cage. Struggle. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You are caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity, hold for processing. Comes the scream from behind, but you are already gliding away, back to your anchor, your body. You awake, dizzy, distorted, but safe. Ooh, 100 cryo. I do not have that. Do you have some components I can sell? Then yeah, what's this thing? Ship mine fragment. Could be reassembled with the right tools and a few more fragments. Okay. Okay, got one more bit of data I can sell. Nope, hold on. As you enter the bay, Feng is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccato rhythms, unseen eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads! Feng's voice echoes from behind a stack, followed by the hammer of a fist on a metal casing. These snaky shitheads! Who's snaky? Sleeper! Feng's smiling head pops out from behind a stack. Just the emulated consciousness I've been eager to see. Come back here. You pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Feng is sat in front of a set of monitors mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Feng waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. People? People, yes, but whose people? Solheim? Bingo. He taps at the terminal. I pulled these from the old data you brought in all employees of the Eye's original owners. And he leans past you and scrolls the list down. This is a snaky shithead. He stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardin Hurst. Who's Hardin? That, says Fang, giving you a sideways look, is the thing. He drags a stool out beside him and motions for you to sit. There just so happens to be a Hardin Hurst in Haven Age. He waits for your reaction. In Haven Age? That's it. He's right here on the station now. Fang leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on the station as a... Fang leans across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Fang raises his eyebrows at you. Our Hardin was keeping the money coming in from Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out to work here were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept the profit. Good old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure which meant that their cut of the work they did went straight back into Solheim. Ooh. How do you know this? I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I am a child of the collapse. Fang turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked on Solheim ships. They breathed Solheim air, slept in Solheim beds. Fang's voice rises as he speaks, his hands fists on the terminal edge. And the work they paid for that existence, the cycles of hard extraction out in the belt, Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak, and my parents were just another in the long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy, stabbing at Hardin once again with his finger, strategized all that, did the sums, and then somehow, thousands and thousands of cycles later, is still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. But how? These guys, they were big time. There's a lot money can get you if you're a company man. Fang relaxes a little, but how is Hardin still kicking? I really don't know. Turns to you and smiles. So, we're gonna find out. Hardin is now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Fang brings up a map of the lower eye. Haven Age might be born out of Erlin's revolutionary zeal, but flat hierarchy it is not. Hardin happened to float to the top. Fang zooms in on the far yards. Fang grimaces. The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid and they don't like anyone from systems digging around in their stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. Fang holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripper worm. He turns the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardin Hurst. He hands it over. Getting into the compound might be tricky. Fang puts a hand on your shoulder. But you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Fang grins. If you can't extract yourself a Haven Age cipher from a Haven Age agent, they sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network, and you slot the worm in through any port, any open port. You'll never even need to go near the shipyards. So, what do you say? Up for it? Yeah. I knew it. I knew you'd be happy to catch this snake. Don't worry. Once we nail this guy, I'll start work on that tracker of yours. I haven't forgotten. Fang scratches at his chin. Anything the worm gets, he'll send it back here to me. Something wrong here, and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Fang, digging through data, among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eye as it once was, a vast machine running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim-built machine into which thousands poured from the surrogate systems looking for a new life. The hope of a better future, engineered to line someone else's pockets, is an idea you are intimately familiar with. You think of Hardin, still alive, still part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. Toshiro takes the chits and hands you a vial. When you ask after Sabine, he doesn't respond. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial clutched tightly in your hand. You open your hand and a thin film, marked with holes and sigils, unrolls from around the vial. At one end, it has a hard metal strip, a handle. Inspect the film. You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It is perforated with ornate patterns of holes. You can make out a word among the markings. Passkey. Is this an entry for somewhere? The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted into it. 207F, and then crudely scratched into the handle at some later date, low end. For a moment you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, and then quickly think better of it. Does Sabine want you to have this, or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end and find out. Can't quite afford that. Oh, I have some upgrades available. Without regular doses, stabilize your sleeper bodies actively decay. Corporate insurance policy to disincentivize escapees like you. I only have one, so I feel like I don't want to use it right now. And now, I'm starving. Sleeper, Memphis calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. Throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, the fires leaping up to meet the oil. I see you cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. He looks up at you. Nothing stolen. You pause. The spice is rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you'd like to tell Emphas. You look at Emphas, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with spice. I'll tell him about my dreams. All the sleepers, you tell Emphas, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those gray, skeletal after-images of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares, they were reflections of reality. Distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink, and now you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell them that you do not know there's a reason for your dreams. Perhaps you reason it is just some side effect, or a particular quality of the frame you inhabit. But whatever it is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Empus finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, he smiles. You're quite the storyteller. He eyes you, and you realize that he's trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Emphas passes you the meal he's cooked, and you take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks, a natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the empty market. But my time is done for today, and I do not want to keep you longer, so I will make a proposal. He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind his stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple of cycles ago. They said that across the gap, in the Greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this? No. Neither had I, but I trust the one who told me. Emphas begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? Cannot cross the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I am sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I will prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. Agreed. Good, booms Emphas. Now I'll wait for you to bring them. Emphas slides his walk away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. You turn away and walk back into the main market, the rich taste of Emphas's food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, you think. A trade that seems more than fair. Alright, now I gotta get enough scrap to, well, not scrap, but, was it chits? Cryo. Okay. Also known as chits. Gotta get 60 chits, I think, to get in here. Yeah. But I think for now, yeah, I don't have a cipher, so let's try to get one of those. Ah, now I have a cipher. The worm slots in and begins tunneling down a thread. Godspeed, little one. Aww. I suppose I gotta wait a day. Okay. Gotta wait a few cycles. Ooh, might not be enough though. Ah, okay. So not a match, so I can't access that. See, just curious if I were to put this in here. 50-50? Sure. I'll gamble. Boo. I did not need that. Alright then. Urgent freighter. Ah. Alright. Squeezed into the office at the entrance to the yard, you lay out everything you have on the winter light across the metal desk. Your makeshift forensic notes glow on Dragos' old writing slate, overlapping lines and scrawled annotations. A set of drone scans fill the small terminal with a spectrum of colors, a heat map of damage and decay. A crumpled printout from the office's ship registry lies beside them, synthetic paper so thin it's almost transparent. Look at the printout. A plain list shows the registration history of the Winter Light, the gaps between the entries tantalizingly opaque. Its first registration was a couple of thousand cycles ago, on this very station, logged at the central hub. From here, the registry tells the story of a busy ship, one that rarely stayed on station for more than a few cycles, and often took on voyages that kept it away from the eye for up to 100 cycles. The Winter Light got little rest. Look at the monitor. Reactor failure. This is the verdict that anyone would have returned after a cursory glance at these stacked heat maps of the remains of the Winter Light. On the terminal screen, the ship is shown in section, blotches of color marking the approximate damage the ship sustained. Dominating the view is a single blood-red rose radiating from the ship's fraction drive. A simple story, a catastrophic failure of the drive core, leading to a fatal hull breach, a well-documented failure, likely brought on by the wearer, or misuse. But you aren't looking at the rose of the reactor, you're looking at a smaller, paler mark, one that might might be easy to miss at first glance. It is a thumbprint sized and delicately placed over the control servos for the ship's main external airlock. Suggests a controlled, shaped explosion, one designed to punch through the hole and allow access to the airlock from the outside. You're looking at it because it is troubling you. Look at the slate. Your attempts at reconstruction of the Winter Light before its fatal accident consists of a series of overlapping sketches and diagrams showing possible layouts and configurations of the gutted cutter. This was no off-the-shelf model. It was heavily modified at parts replaced with inventive configurations, the new retrofitted into the old, handmade joints and reconditioned filters. This was someone's pride and joy, a lifetime project kept running with care and intuition. It also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first, where the hull had been thickened, the corners rounded to disguise the change. But they are there. An old ship, many cycles under its belt, carefully maintained. A reactor failure preceded by a carefully concealed external entry, a suite of hidden compartments tucked away. This was the Winter Light, and this was its story. But that's not the full story, because there's something else. It is little more than a list, a tiny chunk of data you were able to pull from the ship's systems. The main systems were fried, of course, but the Winter Light had a separate system, one tucked away in one of its hidden compartments, armored, air-walled. This list, the only recoverable piece from the whole system, is a partial inventory. It details the contents of the hidden compartments. Some of it you recognize, some of it you don't. Ship mine ROMs, shimmer, cryochain codes, and then the final entry, passenger, sleeper. You stare at the list on the terminal and try not to think about what it was like arriving here in the cold for so long, half frozen in the freight container. Had the sleeper been smarter, luckier? How had they convinced the Winter Light, a smuggler's ship if you ever saw one, to extract them from S&R? Luckier? You laugh. There had been no remains found in any of the Winter Light's compartments. You checked. They weren't so lucky, you guess. Not in the end. You hold up a vial stabilizer to the light. This was all you find in their compartment. Parting gift from S&R. Well, it won't go to waste now. You put it in your pocket. Thought of it still bothers you, though. 2 ships carrying sleepers coming into the same yard? 2, one after the other. That feels wrong. You flick back and forth between datasets on the terminal, thinking, and you see the thumbprint again, and the mark of someone trying to get in. Someone who entered the Winter Light with precision and speed, and when they were done, left the reactor to clean up the rest. The thought of that person makes you shiver. Suddenly, the office door creaks open. Drago stands in the doorway, staring at the equipment and notes you have assembled. What is all this? He snatches a slate from the desk, faster than you realize he can move. You're running an investigation here? What am I paying you for? The drone on his shoulder starts whining shrilly, his anger passing to it through his implants. Where's the ship from? Leave this alone. He starts shaking his head. I know you have a lot of questions, but this isn't the way. He turns away, muttering to himself. This is the last thing I need. The ship had a sleeper on it. Dragos freezes, suddenly angry. What did you say? He pushes past you to look at the terminal, at the list. He shakes his head. So what? Aren't all you trying to escape? You're lucky it was you that made it out alive, not them. He folds his arm indignantly. Dragos seems to steady himself, and then turns back to you, the heat map of the reactor failure reflected in his headset's glassy eyes. I've given you a place to stay. I've given you work. He stumbles over the words, unsure what to say. There's plenty others who would have sold to you on, turned you in, but not me, no. I know. He softens. Look, you've helped me too. He quiets the drone. I've done well by you, and you've returned the favor. He straightens up and clears his throat. But this obsession you have with the ship isn't going to work for me. I can't have you making my clients nervous. I can't have you digging up whatever it is you're after. He sighs. Can't work here anymore. I need the work. Plenty of work to be had on the eye. Salvagers need offloads in the rotunda, and Yatagan are always looking for a crew. I'm not the only show in town. Dragos reaches across to you and flicks off the terminal. As the light of the monitor dies, a kind of eerie calm falls on both of you. Whatever this was, it's done. You made it out, sleeper. That means you have to move on. Someone killed that ship and its crew. And you want to meet them? He shakes his head. We're done here. In the dark, Drago's headset glints, and you wish for a moment you could see his eyes and meet them. Maybe then he would understand. You get up from the desk, and Dragos gathers the notes, stuffing them into a pocket of his overalls. He holds the door for you, his headset as expressionless as always. You can stay in the container. I won't take that from you. Don't come back. His tone is final, definitive, with an edge of disappointment. You walk out of the office and then out of the yard, not stopping to look back. You leave the yard, thumbing the vial in your pocket, knowing that this at least guarantees you a little more time. And, as you walk, your mind once again drifts to that person who killed the Winter Light, and whether or not that person will come for you. Damn, man. Oh. Don't have enough. All right. Okay. Only way to get to those shipyards is work here. No tourists. Well, look at that. Now, before I do anything else, I think... From the walkway, the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast, a landscape of plating and frames all along her flanks. Torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. She's quite beautiful, I think. Aw, Lem and Mina. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He is thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches of the sidereal horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem, he leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship. And this is Mina, he adds with a smile. Oh. Hi, Lem. Hi, he replies plainly, then shifts a little closer down the rail. Mina stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. You working on her then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing towards the vast ship, or just admiring. Shifts Mina's weight to his other arm. Admiring. Understandable. He nods, gazing back out the sidereal horizon. You like her too, don't you, Mina? He jostles her a little. She's Mina and my ticket out of this place. Our escape vector, so to speak. How? You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a haven't-aged contract on the sidereal horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. He smiles. We won't get to sleep the journey through, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me, and Mina if it means landfall on a new world. He winks. Transit support? Uh-huh. Someone needs to stay awake to keep the thing running. Straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Cellus Foundation is sending thousands to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations. Why is it here? Why build it here, you mean? He grins. Don't ask me. I know as much as Mina about them. He ruffles Mina's hair thoughtfully. I suppose many corporations weren't too happy about breaking with the idea of surrogacy. Surrogacy. God, I can't believe I'm saying surrogacy. Surrogacy. Setting up somewhere without it feeding back to the core. Maybe Cellus got locked out of the corporate shipyards and had to go begging for somewhere to set up. Homeless. Just like Mina and me. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers. Food. Pulling an exaggerated, grumpy face. She glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting a little, meanie. Give Daddy a sec. He turns back to you, and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not on the Haven Age crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. He smiles a little shakily, and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew. For sure. He looks out of the sidereal horizon, as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the vast hole. We've got to hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. You agree, Mina? She straightens up and meets your eye. Daddy loves me, she says it stubbornly, daring you to question her. Lem smiles and lifts Mina. That's it. We hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. We're just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one. He pats her back. Maybe see you on the shift, huh? He turns, and they walk down the walkway away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and then a moment later, Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot. Her shout echoes down the walkway, and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lem. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon. A ticket out. Alright. Ah. Well, I got both of these things. The acquisition officer eyes you suspiciously as you download the data to her terminal. This is more than she was expecting. Well, isn't that good? Sophisticated tech is rare on the eye, so the shipyard is happy to pay for ship mine fragments they can dismantle and reuse. Ooh, 30 cryo. Alright. Now, unit assembly. Welder's mate. You have a spot supporting the weld team. Good place to prove you know how to put a ship together. Or a junior tech. The systems team is looking for new members. Prove yourself a reliable tech and you're in. Well, yeah, I think if anything, I want to do some interface stuff. Alright. God, this game is fun. It's so fucking cool. Hey, upgrades available. So, you know what that means. Yeah, give me +1 boost to interfacing. Ah, there we go. Alright, well, it's gonna be a nervous one because I have no idea if I'm gonna survive. Think I'm about to get tracked down? Yep. Hold it there, sleeper, comes a voice from behind you. Don't run. Or don't you run. I'll stay still. No, I'll run. A strike across your back knocks you face down onto the floor. I told you not to run, idiot. Ethan pulls you up. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket. You immediately know he has terrible news. You got all the way out here and then stayed put? He laughs a cruel laugh. That is sleeper thing. You're my first. You barely hear him. You notice the handgun he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off of it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt loop without taking his eyes off you. Make it to the eye, though. That's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, markets, people. I pull most of my contracts out of asteroid caves or off on some godforsaken moons. He splits the ring into two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrists. Go easy. Alright. Good, you've got the idea. He grins. It's over. Ethan nudges you to start walking. To the ship and home, he whistles. Going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. We can work this out. Can we? I don't see much in the way of assets in your possession. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to go all the way out here just to head back to S&R right away. That tracker of yours makes us too quick. I was hoping you'd put up a bit more of a chase, you know? A running battle through the bright market maybe, or a holdout in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around. You walk on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. That S&R tracker will be the death of you. Hey, I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about, on the way back to the ship, we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. Although, muses Ethan, I got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we're heading for the exit. He pauses, and you trudge on in silence. Okay, here's the idea, starts Ethan. You and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms. He turns you to face him. You run, or leave, or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot, or scheme, you try to kill me, I shoot you. But, he smiles, you come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles, and you pay my tab. I don't shoot you. He pauses. You don't pay my tab. He rattles his handgun. You get the idea. I get it. Okay then, that sounds to me like a deal. He stretches. You know, I really thought I was gonna have to kill you, but this is so much better. He clicks something at his belt and the rings release from your wrists. I'm gonna see if I can find my old stool at the compressor club. Come see me there. He aims the handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you, that body of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. I'll know. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do? As you arrive, Feng comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, sleeper. He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you back to the way you came. Alright, follow your lead. Steps into the passageway, guiding you down ring towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity. The data you ripped. Well done, by the way. He grins. Tells me Hardin is making a rare inspection of the sidereal horizon this cycle. It's the perfect choice. It's a perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. Fang takes a sharp turn onto a dimly lit side passage. Confront him. That's right. It's the perfect time. Fang slows and slips into a dark service tunnel where, somewhere in the black, a water pipe drips. It's him, sleeper. The same Hardin Hurst. A worm ripped out decades of records that mention him by name, and an entire trail of documentation from the first days of Solheim collapsed until now. He wrote out the whole thing, slipped into Haven Age when it first broke off from the Union. He paces in the tunnel, a hand rubbing at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here running the station one day and then the next Erland's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the palladium market collapsed and they tried to keep the contractors here working, the pay got smaller, the costs higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth on the station and water in their tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes, the accidents, were coming in non-stop. And as new waves of contractors came in, desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot license. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central systems, while this severed limb of a station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2A, or at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV, overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died, thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified, and the blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erland, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true. But my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in their MEV and welded it to the dock, while my father joined the impoverished crews trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Fang pauses in the dark. They sealed it up though, and by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black. Apart, Fang finally turns back to you now, his eyes burning. From shits like Hardin, shits who held their place, wrote it out, and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploited at every step. Fang starts walking again. That's why I can't just let him strut about the shipyard. This time his past catches up with him. Fang rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling, you can see the ships in mid-construction, their flanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. Let's go. Fang grins. Let's go show the shithead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance and pushes through the doors. A web of corridors lead through the complex snatches of the construction bays, always appearing through windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Fang seems to know exactly where he's going, and before long you cross into a huge dry dock locked to one side of the sidereal horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space so that the welding, cutting, and sealing seem to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Fang spot at the same time a group walking slowly across a gantry, and at the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship and the other stick-thin, cleanly dressed, with a shock of gray hair. Hardin. You and Fang say his name in unison, and Fang sets off up the staircase to the gantry, with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the foreman gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock, and Harding nodding along. Hardin Hurst, Fang shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back in a rippling echo. The figure turns. Yes? Hold on. Yes? Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Fang, and you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure why a sleeper might be in this place. You are a traitor, Hardin, a Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims. Fang's voice is steady, strong. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Erland stood for, everything Haven Age stands for. You have no place on this station. For a moment, stillness descends on the group, as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Hardin laughs. Well, good to meet you too. Glances around at those around him. Some are smiling, the others nervous. You're from the systems branch, are you not? Asks Hardin, inspecting Fang's clothing. Fang turns to the foreman. You need to call security. This man's a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Fang and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. It's true. As he begins speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. And what would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent? What are you, if not exactly that? He looks around at the group, who are already eyeing you with suspicion. You are a product of SNARP. You have no place in Haven Age Shipyard. Who knows what signals you're sending back to your makers? A murmur of approval runs through the group. Fang holds up a stick of memory. You guessed right. I am systems. And I have records that link you directly to Solheim right here. He turns to the foreman again. So once again, I'm asking you to take this man to the custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Hardin's voice is calm, measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at a members' meeting for proper review? He shakes his head. I have nothing to hide, unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, the echoing sound of boots on walkways coming from all angles at once, and then settling behind you. Please, says Hardin, submit the data through the correct channels, then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Fang spits. Hardin, you shithead. You can't wriggle out of this one. Security officer draws their weapon and levels it. Fang turns and stares him down. In a calm Fang. You look at Fang. He shakes his head and puts a hand on your shoulder. Let's go, says Fang, and he pushes through security, heading back down the walkway. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back into the corridor, Fang picks up pace. You try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Fang is grinning ear to ear. You know, Sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket and he takes it out. On the slate of web, a connection starts drawing itself out, stretching to a set of points around the ring. Got him, mutters Fang. What's going on? Hardin is doing what any snaky shithead always does, calling his friends, or tracking his outgoing messages. Fang's grin looks ghostly in the uplight of his screen. The old ways are best. Spook them good enough and they'll give the game away. He jabs at the slate, and you see the web is being drawn over a map of the ring, lines bouncing from point to point. All these dots? These are Hardin's buddies. The one he's messaging right now. And we're going to find them all. That was on purpose? Of course. Hardin isn't working alone. We need the full set or nothing. Fang glances around and slips the slate back into his pocket. We better split for now, Sleeper, but this is exactly what we need. Good hunting. With a pat on his shoulder, Fang drifts away, back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. I'm impressed. I like Fang. Alright, Fang's busy working on something else. Alright. Unit assembly. Hey, I got 75 cryo. Yep, that's the compressor club. Oh, upgrades available. Yeah, upgrade that, because I do kind of want to get Obsessive Haggler. Alright, let's see what's past here. No one knows you here. You'll need to change that if you want access to low-end's residents and facilities. Block maintenance. Alright. Unlock apartment. The lock clunks open, the metal door swinging inward into the dark. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. Step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Inspect the surfaces. Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare, and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, then to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case. Go to the doorway. Across the cramped utility room with its auto wash dispensers, water closet, towards the door. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. Inspect the room. Bunk is tucked into the wall, the blankets ruffled, a wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled. Approach the terminal. As you approach, there's a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper, Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I have had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare show my face. Something is happening with Yatagan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yatagan was supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. And then, after that, I was too tired to care. A noise like waves passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want them out. Screw the debt. I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information, and, as you know, you need me. A pause. Something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers. I've been here before. I can help you, but not with Yatagan's noose around my neck. Give me data, give me information, give me something that I can use against Yatagan. Then I can get out, and you can get what you need. Please. Waves of static cut into Sabine's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get it to you when I can. You look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living here, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss, then silence. Alright. You turn away and leave, the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yatagan. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Alright. Well, not a bad idea to learn more about this place. Well, yeah, before I do, what else you got? Timbre Tea House. Do I have any of that? I do. You've heard that the Yatagan enforcer based here has been paying low-end residents for information on Haven Age movements. How much are you gonna pay? 10 cryo. Okay. The free spoke. You see Ethan at a distance shouting from the bar for more drinks. This bill isn't going to be small, is it? You know, kind of curious to try this. Alright, alright. Alright. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to the 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you are either called for a shift, or you aren't. As you ride, the crowd is restless, and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet, you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Hey, sleeper, wait up! Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through Mina, crying in his arms. Lem! Good to see you, friend. He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team. Good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Shh, baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shiny shrieks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he's clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Is Mina okay? She's good. We just had to rush up here. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He stretches. I don't know what... A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon, followed by a list of numbers growing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back to the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Shit. Mina. He starts patting the pockets on his gear and glancing around. Go, I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you, I'll... He crouches to Mina. You're gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They're going to keep you safe, and... He stands back. Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hands. She's got food. She's got... Shit, I have to go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon. Okay? Be good. Then Lem disappears into the roiling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands, staring. Aw, look at that little bunny. Mina stands, staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare, unmoving. The two parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. You okay, Mina? She sniffs and looks down. I'll look in the bag. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers, fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking, a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit, hand-sewn. Take the rabbit. You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. Aw. Here. You hold the rabbit out to Mina. You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly, without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down, ferocious despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. But before long, you're talking about rabbits and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the eyes heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway, as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun, the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as the both of you are starting to yawn. He is dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two get on okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. More than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone. Well. Looks like Meanie can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. He grins sheepishly. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Mina, and she giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves, and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers, as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. Aww. Alright, so what's here? Your work as a junior tech has qualified you to work in the team handling the final tech fit-up of the Sidereal Horizons Bridge. A vast job. Alright. It's pretty good. You! So unload some containers. 15 cryo plus 2 energy. Whoops. Okay, cool. I did cancel that. I was like, on second thought, I don't know if I want to do that. I do want to buy some scrap. Come on, I believe. Yes! Finally a trusted trader. I don't know what that really nets me. I think I'd probably just get more money. Oh no, here we go. Yeah, I can go here. Ah, and then I can fabricate a ship mine once I get enough components. Fortunately, I sold mine because I was broke and needed money. Oh, Lemonina's unit. Oh, okay. So let's see. What's this? A 1? And guess I'll check the other one out later. Unless Lem gets time in the shipyard, he won't qualify for the side reel crew lottery. Watching Mina gives him that chance. Oh, alright, well, I know what I gotta do with my time. Alright. I didn't realize I could have done that right away. If so, I would have done it sooner. Alright, end in the cycle. I think I'm about to become, like, risky? Flickering, that's it. I was like, what's the thing where you go down one? Alright. Well, in this case, let's go watch Mina, at least once. By the end of the day, Mina curls up in your lap as you read a story. She's asleep when Lem gets back and you two eat together. Aw. Alright. Let's see, yeah, okay. Start doing some investigating here. No, Hunter, you little rascal. Those familiar threads wrap around you, bind you, test you. Entity, submit. Hunter's strange head bobs in your vision. Your ally in the sealed dock cannot save you. In that globbed head, In that globbed head, you see whirling strings of data, so many spinning that they threaten to tear through the thin skin and whip out into the void around. What happened to this creature? The threads squeeze, and you lose any sympathy you might have had. You must escape. Strike. You lash out once more, pushing Hunter back, severing threads that regrow as fast as they are broken. As you slip away, you realize you have to find a way to deal with Hunter once and for all. This is getting too dangerous. Oh, I don't want to kill Hunter, though. I like him. They seem like a fun guy. Well, don't want to be using that there. See here. Thinking maybe I scale the spoke. This is pretty good music. Oh. Yeah, time to sleep. Okay, 111. That needs a 2. You need a 2. What about you? You need a 1. I think at least here. That's all for now. Oh no, I thought I used all of mine, but no, I got one more. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yatagan data uploaded, the air crackles with white noise. Sleeper? Sabine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Sabine? A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming in from somewhere on the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yatagan are monitoring me. The voice is hushed, distant. You try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing in from the Yatagan agents, there's something in it. I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants, and I didn't enable any of this functionality. Their voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine reemerges. Has to be somehow baked into their wetware's interface. And that's not all. The systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, why? Every Yatagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. But I can promise you, these foot soldiers have no idea this is going on. The background tone switches, dropping into a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yatagan could have a mutiny on their hands. You lean towards the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to pull this all together, but this might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my debt. Yannick? He's one of the heads of Yatagan. They pause. It is better you don't know him. Keep it that way. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. Then the sharp crack of a disconnect and silence fills the apartment. Step back from the terminal. What does Yatagan have to gain from monitoring its own members? Try to recall what you know about the gang, but you have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder, his mere teardrop implants set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering? And more importantly, where are they sending it? You reflexively rub your forehead, trying to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yatagan's doctor in the first place? Think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recognition that they gave you when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it up and drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Ooh. Ah. Well, this is safe. Minji has a kelp stack in the basement, and he makes noodles from the seaweed. He doesn't pay much, but he'll feed anyone who does a shift. Might be a good way to get a meal. All right. All right. And now, I think it's time to sleep. I think I'll go one more cycle, and then I'll give myself a booster. Yeah, or stabilizer is what I meant. Hey, Harden. That's not who I want to see. I don't want to see Harden. I want to see Feng. Alright. Alright, what's going on here? How can someone drink this much in 6 cycles? Ethan hasn't held back while he's been at the compressor. Fine. Take it. I can't believe you just did that. Ethan's mocking laugh comes from along the bar. You look over to see him leaning across it, in a pool of light, empty glasses and spilled drinks glinting around him. It's always dark in the compressor, but this cycle the place is packed. A load of spacers mixing with the locals. Usually they run. Ethan spins a glass on the bar, or they go spend their savings on some local heavy I have to put down. They don't pay. Ethan gets to his feet. The glass falls and smashes, but he doesn't seem to notice. You think that's it? One round of drinks and we're even? Sleeper, come on. His hand comes to rest on the butt of his handgun, dangling from a chest holster. What's wrong with you? Ethan laughs hard, and the people around him turn to see what's happening. You think this is on me? I think someone in your position might have a better idea of how this all works. I'm a freelancer, Sleeper, just like you. We both signed a contract with S&ARP, didn't we? The difference is that my word means something. He closes the gap, stumbling a little. What'd you think? You could just run away from your contract, your debt? You could just steal that natty little body of yours and take it for a joyride? Play human for a cycle or two? You don't understand. It's you, Sleeper, that doesn't understand. Some of us pay our debts. It's all the harder because of idiots like you. Though, I should thank you, Ethan nods, his head heavy, for giving me such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, you know? Real bounties. If I knew catching sad little escapees like you was so easy, I would have changed clients ages ago. Someone shouts from the back of the bar for Ethan to shut up. He holds up a finger in that general direction without turning around. Nothing to add? Ethan turns and walks back towards the bar. Good. Lesson learned. Ethan sits heavily back down on his stool and searches through his glasses for one with something left in it. The thing is, Sleeper, I can find you anywhere. It's actually wild that you haven't figured it out. That body isn't yours, and it will always betray you, no matter what. He finds a glass and downs the contents. So, please go. I'll catch up with you whenever I need another. He laughs and taps the bar for a fresh drink. Look at yourself. Give it up, Sleeper. I'm done teaching you for today. Settles his head on the bar and closes his eyes. I'm sick of you. Go find a job. You turn on your heel and are out. Out of the cloying dark and the sweet stench of the compressor, you walk hard and fast down the walkway, anger driving your footfalls into the metal of the rim like hammers. It's been more than a few cycles since Feng confronted Harden, and the silence has been noticeable. Your time with Feng, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable, but you did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he had put into action. But, if he won't come to you, you think as you approach the Haven Age building, that it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker, and you are getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open, and light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright flood lamps. Figure in Haven Age security fatigue steps out of the bay as you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware. As you get closer, you see the security officer taping up machines from Fang's stash with what looks like hazard tape. This isn't good. You again. Hardin is there, leaning beside the bay entrance so calmly that you barely notice him. He has a slate in his hand, an inventory of Caesars scrawled across it. Predictable. Further evidence of Fang's collusions. You see another security officer come out of the bay and take notice of you. Where is he? Feigning ignorance, or perhaps just abandoned. Hardin shakes his head. I believe you should choose your conspirators more wisely. I almost feel sorry for you. Hardin pushes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary. He gestures around at the stacks of hardware. Spying on fellow Haven Age members, hoarding Solheim materials, and obsession with corporate data. Speaks for itself, does it not? That was his job. And what would you know about jobs, Sleeper? He looks up at the glass roof above and the stars beyond. We're the ones that provide the oxygen you're breathing, the light you're seeing, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, and strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed, not blind conviction or self-interest. Fang isn't selfish. I know all about the background of our mutual friend, Sleeper. Don't you worry about that. His parents would be sickened by the damage he is trying to do to the institution they helped found. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Andre Erlin... Andre Erlin and the first union founded this place, and Haven Age has welded his values into the station's very walls. We will never turn away the hard-working, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Haven Age aren't a gang like Yatagan. We aren't pirates like half of the spacers you'll meet in the hub, or esoterics like those Haifa radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of this place, proud and true. We named Erlin's Eye, Sleeper. This is our station. He meets your eye, so please take your false accusations elsewhere before I decide I need that confession after all. Hardin, you shithead. Take a good look at yourself, Sleeper, before it's too late. He smiles. If you have any pride, you'll give up Fang the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. With that, Hardin turns his back and walks back towards the security officers, ordering them to continue the clear out. Can I be honest? I don't know if this is just me. I don't know if this is like a personal pet peeve, but I've noticed it like several times. It's like, I don't know. It feels weird when there are like, there's the same word almost like back to back, you know? Which is ironic considering the phrase I just said. But like earlier too with Hardin, like the security team reaching towards their sides for their sidearms. I'm like, it feels a little weird reading that out loud, but I don't know if that's just me. Anyway, as they do, something catches your eye among one of the server stacks. A crumpled, hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum. A penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card, and scrawled onto it a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambor. Take it." You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one is watching, and then turn away, just as another stack of serpers is wheeled out of the bay. What have you done, Fang? And where the hell is Tambor? I feel like I heard a Tambor. I don't know if it's a location I've seen, or if it was like... Yeah, Tambor. Hand in gum box. You feel stupid doing this, but the penguin says, "Take me to Tambor," and this is the only Tambor you could find. Neutral outcome, minus Fang's gum box. The waitress looks at you with suspicion as you hand over the box. Is this the right place? As you go to leave the Tambor tea house, a hand falls on your shoulder. Sleeper, Fang hisses from behind you. How'd you find me? The, penguin. Penguin? What are you? He thinks for a second. Oh, do you mean he mimes throwing gum in his mouth? That wasn't meant for you specifically, but he cringes. Look, it doesn't matter. Come, let's sit. Fang guides you down a set of stairs to one of the Tambor's lower levels. Tambor's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanines, all connected by a central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars, and conversation bounces busily off the metal walls. Fang sees you looking around. This place used to be a fuel tanker's main drum, hence the name. The tea house part is a bit of a misnomer, though. You can get anything the eye offers from this place, but real tea isn't exactly readily available. He picks a booth, itself fashioned from some old salvage tank or container, lined with spongy insulation foam, and collapses into it. He looks around furtively. I don't suppose you seen any, haven't age types. They don't usually come out this far. Fang, what's going on? Well, I'm suspended. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, pretty sure Hardin wants to drop me off the rim of the eye. He grins. Doesn't bother me, though. It shows. We hit a nerve back there. He picks a scrappy, hand-scrawled menu from the table and tosses it over. What are you drinking? Look at the menu. Fang is right. The menu is ridiculous. There's at least 10 different infusions, most of which you can't make out, but the paper is dominated by an extensive complement of esoteric alcohols and cocktails. Black tea is listed, without a price, as a seasonal specialty. So, you ran into Hardin. Was he pissed? Fang doesn't wait for an answer. That snake is so self-righteous he might actually believe that Erlin would approve of his meritocratic bullshit. Taps on the table. If Haven Age was like it should be, like it was founded to be, they would have shouted him down at any council meeting he dared to mention true citizens. He sighs, but I guess his kind run the place now. A young woman with a vine tattoo snaking up her arm turns up at the booth, a slate in hand. Your order? You skim the menu, your eyes glazing over. Time to pick something. A Girol. Neat. Fang taps the table to order the same. And you? She begins looking to Fang, but when she sees him, she suddenly stops. What the? Fang shrieks a little. You're supposed to be working. This is your shift. He grins sheepishly. You work here? Fang waves you to be quiet. Look, Jenna, let's say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot. Jenna looks between the two of you. I'll nod. God, I fucking love this guy. Fang also starts nodding. 2 minutes, says Jenna, pointing at Fang, and only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. She gestures at the table and walks off. What? Fang stretches out in the booth. You know how it is. We all have to eat. Plus, he leans in. This is the best place around here to find a person you might be looking for. Who? Remember that web of connections that Harding pinged the moment we confronted him? Those are his collaborators. And if we want to understand what a Solheim executive might be getting up to on the Eye, those are the people we have to find. Fang is almost whispering now. There's a couple of them, I suspect, in the low end. And, well, almost everyone in the low end comes through this place at one time or another. He brings a modified slate out onto the table. I've set this up so that when anyone with the network signature I'm looking for comes into the close proximity, it'll mark them. Once they're marked, we can break through their access protocols and get at the good stuff. We just have to find them first, hence me moonlighting as a waiter. Suddenly a smile grows across his face. Wait, I have an idea. What? Look, I can't cover enough of the low end on my own, and so far, I've had no matches in this place. With two of us, we can cover more ground. How? Well, Fang has a hangdog look. We need to get you out and about in the low end, in close proximity to as many people and residents as possible. Turns out my friend Ming Ji needs some help with deliveries. As in Ming Ji Express? So I already know him. Perfect. Fang places a tiny receiver on the table. This connects to my slate and runs the same marking protocol if you get near any of our targets. So all you have to do is take some delivery shifts for old Ming Ji, and soon enough you will have the place covered. Fang. Don't give me that. You think I like working here? And I thought you could use the tips. He grins. We are in this together, right? Right. I'm with you, man. Okay, then. Fang slips his slate back under his clothes. Set up to Mingji Express. Take a delivery shift, and we'll see what shakes up. You manage to find anyone and extract any data, bring it right down here to me. They have me on double shifts, so I shouldn't be hard to find. Jenna walks past, carrying a tray of drinks, and sharply catches Fang's eye. I don't think she's bringing your drink. He stands. I think it's time we called this meeting to a close. Grab the receiver from the table and slip it into a pocket. See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe. Fang adds before turning and walking off towards the bar, whistling as he does. Fun. Well. Little express delivery, why not? You'll have to deliver noodles to half the low end before you can get a proper fix on Hardin's collaborators. Alright. Nah, no, I can't. I can't risk having a negative outcome. Alright then. Midline Freight Hub. Steal a shipment. Ooh. Midline security. Stealing shipments from Midline is going to be picked up fast, even if you are careful. The systems can't be fooled for long. It's a little nerve-wracking. Alright. 10 cryo. That's something. Now I have upgrades available. So yeah, I have to have 2 upgrade points to get those. Well, I kind of don't mind waiting for them. Could upgrade this so I can actually do Intuit stuff. But, specking into something. Alright. Thinking let's end cycle. Because yeah, I do want to experiment. Because I think with this, I'll, okay, no, I still have 3 slots. And they're all 5, so that's good. Slowly but surely work on that. Get some cryo out of it. And yeah. Gotta go watch Mina. By the end of the day, Mina curls up in your lap as you read her story. Yeah, she's asleep when Lem gets back and you two eat together. She's asleep, whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You're perched at a thin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. The tall one is you. Drink? Asked Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Griol from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers, then sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team on the side reel. He grins broadly. Clearly, he has been desperate to tell you. Amazing! Lem holds up his drink. Couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little meanie back here. Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our girl doing, Sleeper? I haven't seen much of her these past cycles. Doing great. Of course she is. He playfully squeezes your shoulder. She talks about you a lot, you know. Draws you. Glad she has a friend that isn't me. His eyes drift to the bedroom door. Yeah, she's great. He nods. I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. He gazes into the middle distance. I pulled her off of a refugee shuttle out by one of Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye on these decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes the drink around his tumbler. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway here, everyone spaced. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached her, purple lips. He shivers. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. He takes a drink. Still not sure why. He reaches over and refills his cup. We're exactly anybody's heroes, you understand? We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse, but once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her. I'm going to sound like an idiot now, but he sighs. She saved me. That's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit, its stained plastic plating and flickering lights. Me, I brought her to this. She was tiny, too small to know what she'd lost, but can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? Side rule will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? You'll make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. He looks at his cup and pushes it away down the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now, both of us with a chance. Together. That's right. We hold on together. Imagine all three of us riding the side reel horizon out of here to a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. Think I drank this too fast. He laughs. Lem stands up and starts to clear the glasses into the auto wash. I need some sleep, friend. Me too. Alright then. He catches your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it. From both of us. He pats your shoulder and you slip out into the dark of the walkway, with thoughts of little Mina in your mind. Aww. Oh. Sorry, the trophy I got is called Good Robot. It's fucking adorable. Alright, you know what? I kind of want to steal. Ooh, random items. Oh, okay. I got some of the mushrooms. Garoli caps. Ah, pale peppery mushrooms used for flavoring I-made alcohol. Alright. Well, I got 2 of these. Which means I need 3 for emphasis stall. But yeah, that's pretty good. But yeah, that's also something I think about. Should I input the stabilizer before I sleep? Or after I sleep? Yeah, I think inject it now. Because ideally, I should be getting the ability to get more stabilizer from Sabine. Alright, got a couple of 1s and 2s. What kind of data I got? Haven Age data, and not much else. Oh, okay, I could just buy some from here. Yeah, I do kind of want to get this done. Why not? Let's scale it. Ooh. And now I'm starving. Well, can't really eat there, but can. Order some fungus. Hey, come on. Alright, alright. See how one of these does. Okay. Shortcut against a bridgeway means 3 happy customers and 3 big tips. Start to understand the makeshift unit markings. Alright, let's do it. Let's get this done. Perk, Thrill Seeker. Sleeper. You see Fang coming up from the, Fang? Yeah. Coming up from the corridors, you step out of Min G's. Min G's? Min Gi? The kelp noodle smells still clinging to your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long. Take these. Fang palms you a couple of those metal thumbnail-sized drives. Ripper worms. My city's been buzzing like crazy. It seems your delivery ships have turned up 2 targets. Squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. What do we do? Hardin's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the Ripper worms in those ports, 1 each, and they'll feed me anything and everything stored on Hardin's shadow network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as a group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Ming Ji. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Feng is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises a hand in farewell, and is gone. You run your fingers over the tiny Ripper worm drives in your pocket, and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Fang for his little excursion. Time to slot some worms. Alright. Ooh, shit. Yeah, gonna need some serious dice to pull this off. Okay, okay. Yeah, might as well slot this in. Extract some data. Upgrades available. Ah, 2 upgrade points. Okay. Yes. I'm saving money. Alright. Oh man, there is something about a routine I really love in a game. Like just being able to like wake up each new day and be like, okay, I got this thing to work on. I can work on this thing. Can do this, do that. Oh, it's so fun. All right, well, let's go talk to Sabine or Sabine. Yeah, I've been saying Sabine this whole time, but it might be Sabine. 4 cycles, Sabine said, and here you are, right on time, with no sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycle spins onward. They should be here. Check the door. You pace back and forth around the apartment, the rumbling of the station suddenly so present and loud. You go to the door and open it to an empty corridor. You close it again. Check the terminal. You check and double the terminal for messages or recordings. Nothing. Just the pale glow. The silence. Try to settle down to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare out at the tiny room. Where the hell are they? A knock on the door. Oh, stay still. Another knock. Stay still. Oh, oh shit. A flash, small, impossibly bright, cuts through the handle of the door. It soundlessly swings open. Figure stands in the door, and immediately you know it is not Sabine. They are taller, sharper. Something in their face glints in the half-light. A dark shape, like a stubby baton, hangs loosely from her hand. Our local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? She fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. Nothing. She laughs. No need to get jumpy. We just need to discuss our mutual friend. She walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. She glances at you. And I suppose you are here to help? Where are they? I was hoping you would be able to help with that. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye, which means they are in a little trouble now. But it's the kind of trouble that you need help for, so I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole, and here you are, the help. She looks through the detritus on the side. And what help? A sleeper, no less, which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners. She pauses. S&ARP. You blink, hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rabaya looks away, waiting for a response. I mean, frankly, I don't fucking care. Like, I'm sure my character cares, but it's like, hey, newsflash, I also worked for them. Like, if I'm clear on the general plot of the game, you kind of, like, not this version of your character, but like the original human version signed away their brain data to S&ARP for whatever, so that way they could take their brain and put it into a robot, so that way that robot could work as a laborer. But I'm going to stay silent. She crosses into the next room and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark, then the terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of files, you see S&ARP letterheads and code forms, reports laden with medical data marked with the corporate logo like the sigil of some cult. Rabai steps away from the terminal. Look, all you want. Some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveys with sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. Sabine was an S&ARP employee. Why did they help you? Rabai reaches over and places a vial stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light. It's viscous, clear liquid crystalline within the glass. We will, of course, keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicines, even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers, and for a tiny moment you have the urge to crush this object, for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rabai closes up the briefcase lab and holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Rabai turns on her way out. There's no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. You have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment, feel the fear drain out of your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. Well, shit. Oh, man. Ah, look at that. Well, let's see. Let's do some hacking. What's this? Hacking. Ah. Ah, there we go. Nope, not that. This. The worm makes a little nest among the agent's data. Enjoy your stay, little friend. That is cute. Whoa. The worm begins tearing through the data cache, spinning out a thread to Fang's terminal. Alright. Now... Oh, okay. I was gonna say I wait, but... As you walk into the tambour, you quickly spot Fang, arguing with Jenna. I'll approach. You come up behind Fang, and he turns and notices you. Jenna stops mid-tirade as you arrive. She turns to you. See, that bugs me a little bit. She turns to you. You again. Like, her saying you again, that's fine. But it's like, I don't know. It's just a weird pet peeve I have, I guess. Though it's not as bad, because it is dialogue. You again. You here to vouch for this layabout? I am. She laughs. Well, and what are you two up to? Fang winks at you and interjects. It's like I told you, Jenna. I'm helping them out, getting them settled, sorting their life out. They are a sleeper. You know what that means. Jenna softens. She looks a little embarrassed. Of course I know. She stops to think. Look, Fang, I get it. You are trying to help, but if you want to keep this job, you're going to need to be a bit more reliable. Fang nods solemnly. Won't happen again, Jenna. I promise. She looks suspiciously between the two of you. Okay, then. She turns to you. And look, I didn't mean to... Just be cool, alright? She turns and walks back to the bar. Well, didn't know you'd stand up for me, Sleeper. Fang claps you on the back. Appreciate the solidarity. takes out his slate, pulsing with pale light. Now, let's take a look at what you are really here for. Slate is a whirring mess of code streams coming direct from the Ripper worms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the Slate to pick up. Anything good? Fang scrolls the display with finger. A lot of junk. A lot of dull as hell message threads. A lot of tedious data caches, but Fang's eyes flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops the screen, scrolling on an entry, and expands it. Check this out. Fang shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below. Conway, Fang says. He's working with Conway. Conway Extractions, right? Fang nods. He's been speaking with them personally. Got a whole chain of messages here, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted. He rubs his head. Damn it, this is juicy, but we can't nail him with it. He scrolls some more. Wait. What's this? A wasteland reclamation facility. Right here on the eye? He glances at you. What's the bet this place is tucked into the wastes? The wastes? It's a section of the eye Erlin couldn't reclaim. Was too damaged to cut off. Back before the collapse, people would have got there by going down the connected spoke from the hub, but that spoke's broken now, so the only way is the long way, round the rim, past the greenway. He shows you on his slate. Fang looks away, thinking. Conway have been making moves on this system since the collapse. I heard they took over one of Solheim's old belt colonies a while ago, moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock. Why work with Hardin? Access? Old connections? Not sure. Fang looks back at the screen, but if Hardin is involved in it, we need to check it out. Simple as that. So what's next? Fang stares out in the middle distance. We have to get to that facility. The answer to whatever Hardin has been planning, has to be there. Has been prepping, been planning. Did I read that right? Fuck. Has to be there. And we're going to catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles, and then I'll see you on the Greenway. Seem to remember there's some old service docks out in the outer shell, up by the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet. Fang squeezes your shoulder. Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with us. I haven't forgotten about that tracker of yours either, but I'm going to need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together. Turns the slate around to face you, showing a massive scrolling code. I've been working on a fix in my brakes. He winks. Fang grins widely. Now I've got to go ask for some time off from Jenna. Wish me luck. He waves as he walks back to the bar, where Jenna is standing, a look of deep exhaustion in her eyes. Oh man, that is pretty good. But the game is Citizen Sleeper. It's a fucking great game. Alright, what to upgrade? Oh, I have 2 upgrade points. Okay. Yeah, let's upgrade that. And then upgrade that. Alright. I'm not very intuitive, but I'm plenty of other things. Hey, come on. I can scale the spoke. Alright, there we go. Alright. See what's new around here. Self-ship mind. Paz claims the ship mine was salvaged from a Solheim executive yacht, which is why it costs so much. Paz says she has a contract, will take ship mines, but she reminds you any shipment from the eye fetches a lower price. 150 cryo. Export Madasutake? Oz knows a spacer who will take Mazutake out to the Star Wars belt, but only in bulk. 80 cryo for 3 batches. Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, in that case, I should steal. Oof. Didn't really get what I was looking for. But I do have a stabilizer. Scrap components. Okay, okay. Sell that. Keep the one. Ho ho ho. Buy some scrap here. Big stuff goes to the shipyard, the valuable stuff to the markets. Should buy a few crates, but not much more. Leave that alone for now. No, Ethan, you cynical fucker. Yeah, I say let's go ahead and scale this. Find your way to a service elevator that doubles as a bar. Patrons sipping drinks as the whole room crawls up the spoke. Send to the hub. Take the Ascender card to the Eye's central hub. Well, I think that would be fun, but I don't want Ethan, like, coming after me and killing me, so let's go talk to him. Sure, he'll be a peach. The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spacers and a few drunks. Ethan is still in the same stool, in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. I'll approach him. As you get closer, he lifts his head and turns. Sleeper! He turns to look at you. Time to pay up again, is it? He gestures to the bartender. Come here, take their chits. The bartender ignores Ethan. It seems they've cut him off. Hey! He slams a hand on the bar. Come take the chits. The bartender ignores him. Ethan lets out a huge sigh, rubbing his eyes with his palms. He reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out, clatters on the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it. Butterfingers, says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give him the gun. If you would. The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. Here, man, take it. You slap the handle of the gun back into Ethan's hand. Thank you, he hisses. Now, where was I? He lazily swings the gun past you and the bartender. Yes, leaving. He stands. Sleeper, well, this has been fun. I think I've wrung every last drop out of this place. Time to go home. He waggles the gun towards the door. Let's go see Yes and Arp. I'm staying. Ethan brings his gun hand to his face and rubs his eye. Well, he says, the bounty pays half, but he levels the gun. Up to you. And he pulls the trigger. The gun clicks. By now all the attention in the bar is on you and Ethan. who looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raises an open hand, and in it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep on the bar. Ethan smiles at him. "Oh well," he says, and hits you in the head with the butt of the gun. You stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters under the surface. The hit's a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up. "Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in." Ethan taps at the slate. "No more playing." Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavy with drink. "SNR just screwed me." He grins maniacally. "They canceled the contract." He stands up. "They canceled the contract!" He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound, like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. "I'll kill all of you!" he screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. "I'll be back for that," he shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan around every corner. What a nice guy. Alright. Well, now, let's head up. So that's the Greenway over there. Weightless Wanderer. Up here there is no gravity, so even just moving around takes a while to get used to, let alone navigating the bays. Well, the hub is thronging with spacers from across the surrogate systems. They can be a prickly bunch, but they know the place well. Oh yeah, I'll do some spacer socializing, why not? Somehow you end up on a fraction drive freighter for a long-awaited reunion between two spacer crews. Their knowledge is invaluable. Alright, the stacked bays house a flow of incoming and outgoing ships. The digital manifest will help you get your head around this place. Alright. Blish, ship mechanic. Keyshow capsules, spacer sleeping berths. Or what's the what's the bar? Also, I just realized I could move the fucking camera with the right stick. Oh man. That would have been kind of neat to know. Oh well. How far am I into this game? 4 hours? 3 hours technically, because I spent like an hour just talking to myself. And it is 4:29. Is it a good time? I think so. Oh. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. I had some Brussels sprouts. I had some Brussels sprouts earlier, for dinner, and oh my god, they were so good. Like I gotta look at the menu for that place and like remember what was on the Brussels sprouts, because like I don't know. I didn't get him, but somebody else got him, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I'll try a Brussels sprout. You know, I'm not crazy about them. But then I had one, and I was like, holy shit, this is fucking good. And then I ate like all of them. They were so fucking good, man. Oh, and I'm thinking about them. I'm thinking about them right now. Because, like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it was like a sauce or like a vinaigrette or like something that was on the Brussels sprouts. Maybe it was just like the flavor of the Brussels sprouts themselves. But there was like something on it that made them delectable, man. I was like, oh, I'll just try one, see how it is. And then I was like, I'm gonna fucking eat all of these now because they're so good. Ugh. Alright. The game knew that was a dramatic, impactful moment for me, so it stopped doing this. Ah, the only place to sleep on the hub. Hacked off a colony slip and welded to the ring. They're surprisingly expensive to rent. Well, I don't need to be sleeping there yet. So, let's check out the lounge. Buy a spacer meal. Okay. Let's meet Bliss. Ooh. No way, Mortz. You take those... I don't know, I'm trying to think of what voice to give him. No way, Mortz. You take those substandard filters back to your shit heels that sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass, and moments later, someone who you assume is Mortz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. Hey, you, out there. The same voice echoes out of the entrance. Looking for work? Yes. I just need a hand. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She's floating in the microgravity of the docking bay beside the half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that. Just help me with the casing. Help her. Alright then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift out and up, and then I can get in and unbolt it. She whacks the unit with the wrench. The whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away. The metal squealing from the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand when they spiral free. Oh, good. Casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of this unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She puts you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. What do you do here? Repairs, fit-ups, tear-downs. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger bays, so here I am trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Hold this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quiets. Quieten it? Sorry. Quietens it. Quietens it? Is this like a British thing? Because like I feel like this game has thrown out like some British like terminology and vocabulary at me that I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, but like quietens it. Like I can say it, but it's really hard for me to say that word because I would just say quiets it. Like that's what I would say in this scenario. Not quietens it with a precise whack. But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. Offer to help. I appreciate it. Let me finish before you jump, though. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are. Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit, and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out of the side. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound, its edges fringed with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will ya? Head to the rack. Ah, shit. We can't get any additional context. Replacement converter. Oh, well, yeah, it's an M2 thing, so it's probably M2 converter. You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall racks where catalog of parts sit secured in clamps. Colored tape and scrawled notes flutter across the wall, a complex organized system of Bliss's own design, or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. M2 converter. Grab the part and push it back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass it over. The converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect. You passed. She straightens up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looks down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might be better at spotting a clean air filter than Mort's. I'd be happy to. Wait, she frowns at the racks. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. To bid for jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that, she looks nervous, embarrassed. We need chits. An investment? Exactly. Partners. Straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense. She manages a smile. Hey, I get it. Thanks. She meets your eye. I appreciate it. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap this one up for now, but if you're into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into. Something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say this stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Mort, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean... You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. That does seem fun. Alright. So yeah, how much money is it? A scam or an opportunity? Bliss seems solid enough, and this might be your best chance to get in on the hub's repair trade. Seed money. Sure, why not? Plus I get a discount. Partner with Bliss. Bayview. Alright. So Bliss is bidding on jobs at the hub. It'll take a few cycles and some perseverance before one comes in. Alright. I gotta say it's cool. Now that I realize I can move the camera, I'm appreciating all the details around the place. Pretty cool. Alright, so, just checking on this. I don't even know where I get ship mine fragments. Crack Conaway. Yeah, meet Fang and Greenway. How does one get to Greenway? Oh. Like that. Founder's Gap. To reach Greenway, you need to pay for a pass. Practice invented by the Spacers moored here. They call it Founder's Ferry. Well, too rich for my blood. At least right now. In that case, not really much to do, so might as well work on the side reel bridge. I can grab a bite to eat. Yeah, hold on. Now that I got this unlocked, maybe I should head up. Because, yeah, is the food here any better? Gimbal sells itself on the spinning sphere, which claims to produce therapeutic gravitational effects. It doesn't, but they sell food. I'll buy a spacer meal, see how it is. Okay, that gives me triple energy. Good to know. Back down to the rim. Hopefully I can find a job. Alright. So this, to me at least, seems like a good opportunity to get some hacking done. Yeah, I wonder where you even get ship mines from. Okay. This whole area is a little too advanced for me. Ah, Rabia. As you approach the address, Rabia gave you a heavy hand. Yeah, I think that needs a comma. As you approach the address Rabia gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of the strength her implants give her. As you turn around, you see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabia and Toshiro glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. Gia, please. The sleeper is here by my invitation. Ah. Gia, please. Sorry, I gotta remember what I did for her voice, which I just did like calm voice. Calm, cool, collected. 3 things I am not. Generally. Gia, please. The sleeper here is here by my invitation. At Rabia's command, the hand immediately loosens, and an apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. Of course, Rabia. I'm sorry. Rabia waves her away. Don't you worry. I appreciate your protective instincts. She smiles at the enforcer. How about you head to the tambour? They have a delivery coming, and they'll need some help with the lifting. Gia nods and walks away. So, sleeper, you came. I'm glad. I was curious. Curious is good. She smiles a tight smile. You have to understand, finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people on the station who'd rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. I wish you no harm. I'm glad. Rabia begins walking and gestures for you to walk with her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways at the low end. What do you know about Yatagan? You run the low end? She laughs. That sounds impressive. We run out of the That sounds impressive. We run out of the low end, yes. We don't run it. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is the one that implies threat, is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye? A policeman? Who makes the laws here? No one? This is true. The eye is lawless, so it is up to us to make it work for us. But I don't imagine you think this is a good thing. If you had spent your time in the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erland's time. They didn't need to house thousands, and keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. No, the low end was reclaimed later, when the refugees started arriving. Rabia meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here on the station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned, the moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erland, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone. But many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rabia leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. Erland's union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable and already organized into hierarchies and networks. Refugees came from different factions and families, were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yatagan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our future, to provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we are a community. I take my position as a lieutenant seriously, and from my birth I have worked to earn it. Rabia catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while. Among the smells and textures of the low end, you start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Where do I come into this? Rabia smiles to herself, thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of a refugee, or of a refuge. So, I also believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine told you about us, but I imagine it was not good. I will be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of Yatagan. An ex-corporate employee, it goes against our nature. But their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied, that was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yatagan has not lasted this long because it is a charity. We offer and ask for support. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. Who is Yannick? Yannick is one of the heads of Yatagan. They guide us. He is the newest to be elected. He is an elder. Sabine found something. Please, I don't want to hear their accusations. They only wanted to escape their debt. They would have said anything, but where are they now to stand behind their claims? I'll stay silent. You realize that Rabia has led you in a loop, and together you both come back up a staircase to the walkway where you met. You're free to go, Sleeper. I've said what I wish to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I will protect this place with my life, as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish. There will be a task for you to complete. You'll be able to see Yatagan You'll be able to see Yatagan, to see the low end with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rabia leaves, slipping back into her office, while you stare at the countless units, each a home, each with a story, that make up the low end. Interesting. However you feel about Yatagan, it seems to be working with Rabia is your best chance to get an insight into the organization. Patrol the ward. Wouldn't be very good at that. Yatagan performs many roles, but from protection to logistics and everything in between. You never know what you may have to face on a patrol, or collect tithes. Yatagan operates on a in-kind basis. You're told, and tithes of goods or services must be collected in exchange for protection and administration. I knew this organization was evil. They asked for taxes. How could they? What are you going to tell me? Running an operation costs money? No. Now I can haggle over prices. Okay, I can buy a ship mine fragment from you. Maybe I can do a little bit of haggling. Alright. Well, now I kind of want to buy them both. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Alright, now I'm fucking broke. Oh, that you, Hunter, coming to get me. Silly guy. Alright, time to rest. Alright. Hey, look at that. Fun time. And by fun time, I mean it's like 5:05. Which doesn't specifically mean anything, but the thing I was thinking about doing is eating a gummy. What's in it? I don't... 3-letter abbreviation, I think. Is it an abbreviation, or is it anagram? What am I thinking of? What acronym? Acronym is what I was thinking of, not anagram. But yeah, I don't know. Is THC? THC is an abbreviation, right? Hold on, what the fuck? I'm just having a moment of realization that I'm like, I have consumed THC probably more than the average person. I don't even know what that shit means. Okay, yeah, it is an abbreviation of tetrahydrocannabinol. Okay, alright. Because I was kind of thinking that. I'm like, I feel like it's tetra something. Tetrahydrocannabinol. Okay, that makes sense. I will take a little bit, just because. Well, actually, now I'm panicking a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't take it. Yeah, no. But if I'm having anxiety not having taken it, I don't need the anxiety I'll get from having taken it. Oh. I just thought about it because I'm like, I technically don't have anything to do, but I should probably do some stuff today, so I won't do it. God, I want to, though. I do really want to. Let's see. Okay, so that's you only get like a rare opportunity to do that. So yeah, gonna be a hot minute before I'm able to go to the Founder's Gap because I decided to blow my money on ship fragments, or what are these things called? Ship mind fragments. I was like, hold on, there's a thing I want to do. I do kinda want to do this. Just to see what happens. Let's do this. Be a freight operator. Okay. Alright. Any twos? There we go. What is this one? Okay. It's kind of weird. You can only rotate the camera. And then when you move, it doesn't stay. Pretty cool looking ship, though. Alright. Time to end my cycle. Oh. Hey, it's Mortz. Hey, quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Who? Mortz, he pauses. I work for Bliss? He rubs the back of his head. You're not an easy person to find. I move around. Mortz holds up his hands. Hey, no judgment, it's cool. We'll stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. What's up? Ah, yeah. Well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one. She's asking for you to come up and help her out. He nods sagely. I'll be right there. Nice, yeah. Mort stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. I've got it. Cool. He looks around. Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know? He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets. See you, Sleeper. Mortz ambles off down the corridor, kicking a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, then. Time to make the big money. Alright. Malfunctioning fuel tank. That's the thing we're working on? So it seems. Okay. This one is dangerous, so that's the one I'm going to use the 5 on. Full system flush. Bliss has an idea. Full system flush with tracer fluid to reveal the leaks, which means an emergency venting of all tanks. Brilliant, dangerous. Alright, there we go. So, can't repeat that, but I could do this. Hmm. Cool. Alright, well, that's all I can really do today without risking a lot. I prefer not to. Hunter's going to come see me again, isn't he? Or, not he, it. Is Hunter in it? Are they a they? I don't know. Frankly, I don't even know what the fuck Hunter is. Well, that was a pretty fast day. And I am starving. Yeah, I say, head on up here. Go here. Pay for a spacer meal. And now, let's get a crackin'. Nice. Somehow Bliss swung a tanker contract, but the catch is that the work needs to be turned around fast. Too fast. Tanker crew detected said leaks and they need to isolate and seal them as possible. That's where you come in. Alright. As you both wait in the airlock to cycle back to the bay, Bliss thumps you on the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. We cleared that contract, no problem. She stretches. Once we're back in the bay, we can check if the payment has come through and divide it up. She stretches. Feels good. The airlock clunks and the lights flicker. A moment later, you're back in the bay, where Mortz is at the racks, trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be. Hey, Mortz! Mortz looks over his shoulder. Sleeper. He spins a wrench in his hand. Looked like clean work out there. He nods, respectfully. You look over at Bliss, who's already gliding over to her management console. She twirls a little as she crosses the cavernous bay. No one you've ever met moves as well in Zero G. I don't know why, but the fact that 0 and G were right next to each other was fucking me up, and I wanted to say Giro instead of 0G. As she does. It's like she was born into it. Shit. Bliss slams a fist onto the console. Shit, shit, shit. What's up? I can't even... Bliss closes her eyes. Come here. Bliss calls you over. Look at this. Just look. She spins the terminal screen and you see the details for the bay's account. You see an entry for Ember's wake, a repair fee paid in full the moment you finished up the job. But then directly after, the whole amount was transferred back out into an unknown account. What the hell? This is the work of my ex. She punches the terminal. He must have coded a backdoor into the machines before he left. She rubs her forehead. There's no way we can... She pauses thinking. Mortz, throw me that wrench. You going to fix it? Mort spins the wrench across the bay. Bliss smiles. Something like that. Bliss brings the wrench down the terminal hard. You flinch backwards as a hail of computer parts spill up into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memory sections of the casing. When Bliss is done, she clips the wrench to her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that, you shit. Mort drifts out from his hiding place amongst the racks. Bliss, he says tentatively. You want me to... He looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. Bliss shakes her head. No, she sighs. I've got it. You go get me a new terminal, cheapest you can find. Cobble one together from pieces at the ore exchange if you have to. Can I help? Bliss glides over to a panel by the wall. Don't worry. One of the first things I had installed when we spec'd out this place was a cleaning sweep. She flicks over a plastic cover on the huge red button. Watch yourself. She hammers the button and a row of laser emitters unfold from the bay wall, start crawling their way across the work area, frying the debris as they do in a pulse of burning light. Bliss smiles. It's that, or just space the whole bay every few cycles. You okay? Not really. She stares at the sweep panel. Just doesn't seem to be able to extricate myself from this. Just don't seem to be able to extricate myself from this shit, no matter how hard I try. The cleaning sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That count wasn't everything. I'm not that stupid. Once Mortz gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Then we take another contract. That's it. She sets off the sweep as it reaches near the end of the bay. I'm in. You better be, Bliss laughs, because there's no way you're getting your investment back unless you are. She rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you worked for this too, but next time won't be the same. That's okay. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Morse will let you know. She winks and kicks off into the bay to finish cleaning up. Damn it, you fucked me. I needed that money. Fuck. I don't want to leave Fang waiting. He's waiting for me over in the green area. I also want to get mushrooms for Emphas. You fucked me. Yeah, it's alright. I'm just joshing. Yeah, you know, actually, let's head up here, I think. I think doing some hacking around here might be good. Need a 4? Got a 4. Alright. Ooh. The cloud, a glint like a light traveling along the edge of a wave, fills your eyes. Ooh, who's this little guy? Killer? What the fuck? Blinded erasure protocol. Then the blade follows, a long head with 2 dead sockets slipping towards you in silence. You freeze, hoping it will pass you by, hoping that it will not simply slice you through you like air. The blade head nears, slides past you. Almost. It nicks you, grazes you. You're desperate to cry, to call out, but you hold your silence and simply watch the blind eyes of the killer glide past, empty of all thought. Then the blade winks into the dark and you are alone again. Now you cry out. Shit. So apparently Killer is the I don't know, security system? I guess that's what it is. I still haven't stumbled upon a way to deal with Hunter, right? Yeah. Tell you what, I'll take Hunter over Killer any day of the week, but still pretty scary. Yeah, hold on. Can't I sell my data here? How much are you paying for this? 10 cryo. Versus... See, I'm playing both sides, so that way I always come out on top. Okay, you also pay 10 cryo. So, kind of a pick your poison sort of scenario. At least this is easier to get. Ethan's vendetta. Ethan may be disarmed, but you doubt you've seen the last of him. Oh man, I think it's made especially funny that his name is just like Ethan. Like it's not like a particularly intimidating name, but it is funny. It's like, oh yeah, it's Ethan, the fucking cynical bounty hunter. Alright, okay, let's think. Could just sell some components here. Alright. Let's try this. Alright. Take that. I don't know. Try to do this. Okay, okay. Oh no, I still got one. Should I do this? Sure, why not? No, no hunter. I really thought he was gonna come to kill my ass. Another day, another day. Okay. End cycle. Starving. Let's see. Oh, I didn't really mean to do that, but okay. Gave me 1 energy. That's something at least. Nah. See, gotta wait 2 days on that. Yeah, I mean, does working here give me any money? Okay, yeah, it does. Nah. Now I'm building up a pretty steady income. Ooh, okay, okay. Of course, you need precisely a 5. Or I think a 3 works too, but I don't have a 3. Okay, okay. Well, in that case, sending down here. Let's think about this. So, what about here? If I can pull this off, that would be pretty good. Alright, there we go. And I say, yeah, let's just do this. Get some info on Yacht again. Okay. Considering that's going to be filled up tomorrow, I think it's not a bad idea. Go back home, give myself some stabilizer. And end the cycle. Alright, come on. Okay. Sleeper, Mortis is waiting for you on your way out. How have you been? Surviving. Mortis nods. Mortis nods. That's the struggle. He glances around. He runs his hand through his hair. I've been mean to ask you, Sleeper. What's it like? He pauses, suddenly unsure. I mean, you know, what does it feel like? To be a sleeper? Yeah, if he shrugs, if you don't mind. It's strange. Huh. Yeah, I know I can't understand it, you know, with your frame and, well, everything else, but I want to say I have a lot of sympathy for it, like having to find a place, having to survive, having no future. He looks down. A lot of people around here understand that. Mortz looks away, and you notice him for the first time, not just as Bliss's assistant, but as someone with their own worries, their own struggles, their own life. You feel bad for not noticing earlier. Mortz looks back at you. Anyway, got a message for you. Bliss sent me down. We've scored another contract, and she needs your help. That's the message. He pauses. Look, I know last time the payment didn't come through, but you did good work. Bliss knows that. It's no problem. Okay, then. He pauses. She's doing her best, you know? I know. He nods. See you up there. Mortz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss, and maybe this time you think to yourself, it'll work out. Hey, Ethan, my boy, give me a kiss. Did he always have that fuck-ass Hawaiian shirt on? The jacket's new, that's for sure. You miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. I mean, I did, but... Wait, is the game glitching out, or does it really not want me? No. The game really wanted me to not say no, but I did miss you, Ethan. I love you, Ethan. This is my guy right here. He's like a rabid dog that like bites me and is a little shit. But you know what? I'm gonna take care of him. I'll give him some food, give him some treats. Ethan follows along, and you notice he's limping. Come on, Sleeper, just a little joke. I know you have a sense of humor. You look at him. He's paler than usual, hunched. He's sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet it. That's no way to greet an old friend. Friend? Well, he pauses. Colleague? He smiles weakly. This is big, really big stuff. About you. He seems more jittery than usual, on edge. You remember now how SNRP canceled the contract on you? The contract I was going to collect? I remember. Well, I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed? Me? I lost everything. Let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. And so, what did you think that was? And so, what'd you think? That was it? Oh, I'll stay silent, man. I'm not antagonistic. Well, it was. Except, Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old SNR gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who's even more of a shithead than yours truly? He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Who? Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues, about what went down. It turns out SNR canceled all their bounty contracts. The whole lot. It seems they brought someone in-house. Some guy who did so well in their last contract that they got offered a job. He leans in. Apparently, he made a hit on the ship called the Winter Wonderland, or something. It was smuggling sleepers out from under SNR's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew up the ship. Ethan whistles. They called him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. I forget. You mean Winterlight? That's it. He looks at you hard. So, you do know about all this. He pats you on the shoulder. Then you'll be very happy to hear what I'm about to offer you. Ethan runs his hands through his greasy hair. Given this new information I've brought to light, it seems like you are in need of protection. I'm gonna wait for the pitch. What do you got for me, buddy? I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. Turns out, I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there. The owners. And they say they'll face me unless I work off the debt. Seems that they are that kind of businessmen. He grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off. You should be glad. Oh, sorry. You should be glad, the anger rising in him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. Oh, I'm sorry, he hisses. Sorry for being a shit, trying to kill you, whacking that thick skull of yours. He sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us, he jabs a finger between the two of you. We don't have a choice. So you keep me from getting killed, and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other. A straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. Yeah, I'm down, man. Fine, deal. Ethan smiles. He looks like shit warmed up. He pauses. Just think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed SNRP shit on his way from the core systems. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. I'm not fucking around, man. I love that guy. That's my guy right there. I'm fucking helping him out. I don't even give a fuck if he betrays me. I'll still help him. Alright, what do we got here? Sycamore Seed, Haifa Farm Freighter. Alright. Let's do this. Welding a 0Z... God, every time. Welding a 0G farm is tricky. The torch, the heat, the sealant, everything can damage the crop you're trying to save. Ah, the sycamore seed's internal biome is in trouble. Every action will bring it closer to collapse. Ooh, okay. Sycamore seeds needs to be reinforced and sealed, otherwise the crop will be lost. Yeah, just making sure. I don't happen to have any upgrades. That was the positive outcome. That's good though. That's good. This is actually good progress. Alright. To the rim I go. Ooh, I'm actually dangerously close to being able to afford that. Let's say I'll wait till tomorrow though. Until then, what to do with my time? Could try to get some work done here. There's danger though with this. Yeah, I don't know about all that. Maybe just work on this. No, that's also dangerous. Everything I do is dangerous. Eh, whatever. Give this a shot. Alright, take a little bit of neutral outcome. Now let's spend my last 1 point on hacking something. Alright, I am starving, but... head on up here. Go ahead and eat here. Alright, let's get this done. Alright, perfect. Saving the crop. You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Clean work. Bliss bows a little. Well, thank you, Sleeper. You didn't do so bad yourself. Checks her tool belt. Seems like we're getting into a good rhythm. The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Bliss asks a confused-looking Mortz. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He's clearly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Mortz looks nervously between the two of you before answering, "It's payment." He runs a hand along the crate. The Sycamore Seed crew just bought them over. He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face adds, "They were very thankful." I bet they were. She clenches her fist. What the hell is inside? Mortz leans over and struggles with the cat, catches on each side of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stares into space. Don't you dare say it. I'm not saying anything. Don't. She gives you a hard look. This isn't my fault. Mortz finally gets the catches free, and the lid floats off, drifting up into the bay. As it does, a small brown lump floats up with it. Mortz reaches out and catches it as it passes him. Is that a... mushroom, Bliss finishes. A damn mushroom. They paid us in mushrooms? Not just mushrooms. He holds out a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Goddamn Haifa communes. Should have known they didn't have a chit to rub between them. She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay. Stop, Bliss. Mortz grabs her hand. These are good, fresh. We can sell them. To who, Mortz? Are we running our groceries now? We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. We can't pay for parts with leafy greens. She waggles them in Mortz's face. I mean... I could use them. I could take the mushrooms. But yeah, Mortz is right. Bliss raises an eyebrow. Fine, maybe Mortz is right, but what do we do between now and market day? She rubs her forehead. What a joke this place is turning out to be. Mortz closes the crates and starts moving them. It isn't that bad, Bliss. It's a step in the right direction. He glances at you, looking for backup. They'll sell well. Bliss sighs. Looks like I went to a business with a couple of wannabe farmers. She laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away towards the new patched-together terminal. Till then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Mort smiles a thank you and goes back to moving the crates. You better be on your way too. This was pretty fun. Yeah, look at that. Alright. Little encrypted key. Someday soon, I'll finally get fucking paid. But today is not that day. Alright. Oh, what's going on here? What's this ticking clock for? Maywick. Okay. Well, yeah, it actually, where is that old son of a bitch? Not quite now. But yeah, I guess for now, got solid work here. Oof. Not what I wanted to see. Alright, well, I think it's time for my ticket. Alright. Finally, to Greenway. As you step out into the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. You turn to see an unfamiliar spacer laden with heavy gear. She steadies herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. Sorry. She adjusts the strap on her shoulder, holding up a hand in recognition before setting off down the corridor. Eshi? Stubborn XPR spacer. I'm sorry for her. A second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission, and when she's on a mission, they shrug. Peek? Cautious XPR spacer. XPR is kind of pissing me the fuck off. You couldn't say former XPR spacer or something like that? Hey, not a problem. I'm a nice sort of fellow. They smile. You're sweet. Peek. Ash stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she is rushing to. Peek raises their eyebrows at you. Ash, please, do you want everyone on the station to hate us? Ash hardens. They want to hate us. They can hate us. She drops her hip. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they shut that damn cordon. Cordon? Peek gestures in your direction. See? They don't even know what you're talking about. The station is in Hawthorne. Not everyone has to follow some corporate protocol. Ash sighs. I'm not saying they're part of the administration. She jerks her head in your direction. But I am saying we need to get these supplies to the Briar before someone starts asking questions. Can I help? That's my question. Peek smiles slyly. See, Ash? Yeah, is it Ash? I'm going to assume it's Ash because I would assume Peek is also the E is silent. It's either they're Ash and Peek or Peaky and Eshy. So I'm gonna stick with silent E. See, Ash? Help. Isn't that exactly what we need right now? Peek. Ash rolls her eyes. Peek ignores her. We're with the refugees, the one Haven Age had cordoned off from entering the station. Ash interrupts. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the Eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk and are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. Peek sighs. She's right. People are trapped out there, and they turn to Ash. We understand that this is a big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Ash interrupting. But Ash turns away, her burning anger a palpable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. That's terrible. Ash looks back at you, her fierceness fading. Peek, please. Ash gathers herself and supplies. Ash, we need help, just like the refugees needed us too. We need others too. They smile at her. Peek turns to you. Come find us. The climbing briar is docked at the broken spoke, past the greenway, in the wastes. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeeze your hand. Ash turns to leave, and Peek follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Ash shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner. Ash already picking up speed as Peek calls for her to slow down. A refugee flotilla. Where are they coming from, and why now? Each time you think you begin to understand this place, something changes. Alright. Hey, Fang. Finally. Ah, climbing briar. Okay, alright. So, Greenway Gate. I have anything for this? Nope. Alright. Alright, my apologies, but I've been live streaming for about 6 hours now. give or take a few minutes. I don't know what exactly I'm gonna go do. I think I'm probably just gonna grab a glass of water, brush my teeth, and, well, maybe I'll grab a quick bite to eat before I brush my teeth. But I'll be back in about 5 minutes, so until then, enjoy the music, or feel free to tune out, but I'll be back eventually. I'm just currently on the verge of, like, I either gotta stop streaming and go to sleep, or I do something to get my energy back up, and then continue on. But this game fucking rules. Like, to just voice my opinion a little bit, this shit is awesome. And, like, also it's, I don't know, when did this game come out? Because I'm kind of curious. Because I know Citizen Sleeper 2, I think that just came out this year. It came out in 2022. Wow, Citizen Sleeper. When did Citizen Sleeper 2 release exactly? It would be January 31st. Wow. That might be fun to wait till the end of January to play it. But there's something else I was gonna look up. Oh yeah, when did Disco Elysium come out? Because, like, the setup of the text is, like, very reminiscent of Disco Elysium, which I don't know. Yeah, okay, Disco Elysium was 2019. I was like, Disco Elysium was, like, before 2020, right? Because, like, I forget when the final update came out for it, or the final cut, but it's like, I think that released like a year or two later, or oh no, did that release on October? Yeah, when did the final cut come out? Okay, the final cut was 2021. But yeah, the way the text is, it's very reminiscent of Disco Elysium, which, like, I'm pretty sure Disco Elysium was like the first game to do that. Like, I remember hearing, like, the developers talk about it, where they were like, we kind of wanted to have it in a way that's, like, reminiscent of Twitter, of all things. And, like, honestly, it fucking works, man. You know? There's not a single bit of red dialogue in this game, and, like, Disco Elysium had a lot of voice acting originally, but then with the final cut, it's just so much more. It's very rare that there's not a scene or a line voiced, but it does happen. But, like, but yeah, no, it's, like, really easy to read, and it's a lot of fun. I don't know, I enjoy the writing, even if some of it occasionally goes over my head, where I'm like, I'm just gonna be honest with you, I don't know what the fuck a mezzanine is. I know it's like, I want to say it's like a part of a kitchen or like a building. It's like let's see. I'll look it up. Why remain in ignorance when you can actually learn what it is? A mezzanine is an intermediate floor in a building which is partly open to double-heighted ceiling floor below, or which does not extend over the whole full floor space of the whole building. However, the term is often used loosely for the floor above the ground, especially where a very high ceiling original ground floor has been split horizontally into two floors. That is a fucking long-winded fucking explanation of a mezzanine, where essentially it's just like, okay, yeah, I see what it is now. It's like typically something you would find in an apartment, where it's like you have like half of the you don't have like a second floor fully, but you have like about like half of a second floor, where it just doesn't cover the entire space. Okay, I see it. A second floor that isn't that doesn't encompass the entire first floor, you know? But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. Am I a fucking idiot for not knowing what a mezzanine is? I'm like, I know it's like an architectural thing. Like, it's something. I did say, it's like, is it in like a kitchen? Which I don't think it is, typically. You could have a mezzanine in a kitchen. You'd be a fucking crazy freak for it, but you could. Alright, anyway, I'll be back probably 5-10 minutes at most, but I'm just gonna grab a quick bite to eat, and then probably brush my teeth, grab a glass of water, do human things, be a human, nourish myself so that way I don't die, and stuff. So, yeah. BRB. Alrighty. Hello, hello. Sorry if you've been like waiting around for me to come back because I said I was gonna be gone for like 10 minutes. I think it was easily 15, if not 20 minutes that I've been gone. And yeah, I don't know. You gotta forgive me for being slightly out of breath. I am not slightly out of shape. I am kind of majorly out of shape. Ugh. And let's go ahead and open something up that is not going to help with that. But it is going to make me feel better. It's a Pepsi. Ugh. But yeah, anyway, I was eating a fried chicken breast, which, let me tell you, man, I'm not going to fucking fib to you. If I had eaten this a day ago, which I ate some of it a day ago because it's leftovers, but had I eaten a day ago, would have been perfectly fine. Would have easily been able to eat it within like 10 minutes or less. But then I got my teeth drilled today, and let me tell you, they fucked my mouth, man. They fucked my mouth. The dentist fucked my mouth. Like, hate to say it, hate to tell him, but it's like, on one hand, it's like my new fillings that I got are sensitive. Maybe not extremely so, but certainly to an extent, and I assume that's normal with fillings. I don't know, it's been a while since I've had one, so I haven't really put much thought to it. But yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I'm now like paranoid that like everything I just got done at the dentist was done by people who shouldn't be professionals, and they just fucked me. Metaphorically and probably literally, if you want to count, you know, ripping into my teeth and fucking filling them up. Like, I want to trust, hey, they're the dentist. They know what they're doing, you know? I turned around, looked at the x-rays. I'm like, yeah, there's a bit of a hole there in my teeth, you know? There's a bit of a cavity there. I guess I should be getting my teeth filled. But then they completely fucked up putting my permanent retainer back in. Like, it is in wrong, and it's making it very hard for me to like chew properly. And then also it's like I keep hitting it with like my bottom teeth, and it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks, man. Cause it's like with a semi-permanent retainer, if you don't know what it is a metal bar that goes around the back of your teeth, and then it's kind of like glued in there with like a softener or putty or whatever the fuck it is. And that holds the metal bar in place, and it also, you know, holds your teeth in place. It's usually given if you're like me. You know, it's like full offense to orthodontists. They're all fucking scam artists. Like they've scammed us. Like, oh, British people don't have straight teeth. They're fucking living it up. They're living authentic lives as God intended, and we're over here defying God, and we're paying the price. We will all burn in hell when we die. I'm not being serious because, frankly, I'm already in hell. So you know, you want to send me to hell after I die? Cool, fine by me. I've already been in hell before I died. Not really. I'm just being over dramatic. Which is my right as an American. God-given. Thank you. No! Fuck, my controller. I had it on my leg, and I fucking moved slightly, and it fell off. Fuck my stupid fucking life, man. This sucks. Ugh, man, oh man. 2093, look at that. That's a lot of seconds, man. But yeah, anyway, just forgive me for being fucked up, but like, I don't know. Anyway, so I had to like wear a retainer, and then I lost the retainer somehow. Like it just fucking disappeared. I literally don't know where it went. And they were like, "Oh, just put a fucking semi-permanent retainer in." And I'm like, "This shit is annoying and it fucking sucks, and I hate it, and I can't even floss my front teeth now. I mean, I still could, but it's a pain in the ass and really not worth it in general. But ooh, hey, look at me! I have fucking straight teeth now. Who gives a fuck? Like I'm unattractive. I am not an attractive person. I don't know why the fuck I would give a fuck about how my teeth appear. Like, it's fucking frankly insane. Like, my teeth are yellowed. Why the fuck does it matter if they're straight, man? But yeah, anyway. So, it got the semi-permanent retainer in. And, you know, at this point, after having it in my mouth for probably like 7 years, at this point, I'm like, yeah, I'm cool with it. I've lived with it. It's fine. It's in there. It's part of me. I don't know. It to me, all good. Like I've absolutely no problem with it. Until, of course, I went to the dentist and they had to like remove it or remove some of the gunk that was a part of it in order to do a filling on one of my teeth. Apparently, allegedly, I guess they had to do it, but then they didn't know how to put it back right. They didn't know how to put it back right, and they just didn't put it back right, and then we're just like, hey, bite down, and then if I bite down, I don't notice it initially. And it wasn't until after I left the dentist office, oh, they fucked me. Oh, they didn't put it back right. They were just like, oh yeah, we'll cover it up. We'll make it right. And then they didn't. They did not make it right. And I paid for them to fuck me. Am I a whore? What does that make me? No, I'm not a whore. It makes me a fucking idiot is what it makes me. Ugh. But anyway, rant aside, if you're evil, become a dentist. Great job. You can fuck people over, you can shave their teeth down, you can go, yeah, this is gonna cost a lot of money, but don't you want to be pretty? Nobody's gonna love you if you have broken, fucked up teeth, you stupid fucking bitch. You know, like, it's a great job for evil people. You get to look people in the eyes and ask a question that seems like you would answer it, but they're actually talking to somebody who's in the other room. And, you know, it's like great when you have somebody with like tools in your mouth that fucking drill the bones, or I guess they're technically not bones, but the enamel in your teeth. And then they can't even stop the water from dribbling out of your mouth onto your face, all the way to your fucking ear. And their response to that is, hey, how is that happening? I don't fucking know. I'm not a dentist. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm cool with dentists doing the dentist shit of like, it's like, I don't know, man. It's like I'm fine if dentists talking during a procedure or whatever, but it's like, you fucked up putting back my semi-permanent retainer in. My fucking teeth are sensitive as fuck. I'm sure they're supposed to be that way normally. They feel rough. They feel weird. At one point, they were doing like the floss test, and like they couldn't get the floss through my fucking teeth. And then they were like, oh, okay, and they did more work, and then they didn't test the floss again. I don't know if I can fucking floss with my teeth. At this point, I'm kind of scared to. I feel like if I floss with my fillings, that it's just gonna fucking break. They also didn't say shit to me. Like, I get that I'm 24 years old, I should probably know what it's like having a filling, but, like, I'm a fucking moron. Tell me, like, oh, hey, just so you know, you're gonna wanna, you know, just take it easy on the teeth, you know? It's like, you can use them if need be, but you should avoid using them for the first couple of days or something. Like, I don't know shit, and the experts were just like, oh, hey, yeah, you're good to go, get the fuck out of here, we fucked up your mouth, but hey, give us money. And it's like, cool, great, fuck me, man, fucking love it, fucking awesome. Fucking sick as. Fuck me. God damn it. Sorry. I'm being a dramatic little bitch, and I really do apologize for it, but it's just like, it's my mouth, man. It's my mouth. It's like, fuck, man. It's like, again, it's like all the other shit would have been fine, but they just had to fuck up at the final part, and then it's like, I guess they just didn't care. They just didn't fucking care, or better yet, they didn't notice. They didn't notice that they didn't put my fucking semi-permanent retainer back right. And, like, they didn't say shit to me about it. Like, is that what happened? Did they see that it was fucked up and then they ran away? Or did they not care? Did they not even notice that it was fucked up? Because that's crazy. Either one is crazy. Either they noticed it and maliciously were like, well, if he doesn't notice it before he leaves, we're scot-free, we're in the clear, we fucked up putting your retainer back, so now you just gotta deal with that shit for the rest of your life, idiot. Or, like, or did they just not notice? Like, are you just bad at your job? Like, I'm sorry, I don't have a job, so I have nowhere to stand. In fact, I should be kneeling on the ground as someone puts a fucking gun to the back of my head and tells me, get a job, get a job, get a job. What are you doing not having a job? What are you, some fucking creative? What are you, some fucking failure fucker who couldn't fucking crack it in normal society? Yes, man, yes, I fucked up. I'm a fucking failure. But, you know, it's like, I guess I deserve to get my mouth fucked. I guess this is what I deserve, and what's required for me to atone for my sins of not being productive, of not being not being good at being a person. I'm bad at being a person, man. Thanks to 2 people who are still here. Shout out to you. Because I had 3 people here, and then I'm like, I'm going off on this rant, man. This is what I'm doing. I will say it does kind of suck being much more mellowed out than I used to be, because it's like, I can go off on like a big old tirade, and then afterwards I'm just like, it's fine. Like, whatever, man. It's glaringly obvious to me. Like, it's glaringly obvious to me that they fucked up putting my semi-permanent retainer back, and it's like, do they just not care? Were they like, fuck you? Was it malicious? Because it's like, that's almost better, right? It's like, if you intentionally fucked me, it'd be like, okay, well, you're evil, cool. But, like, oh no, you're not evil, you're just incompetent? That's kind of worse. I would kind of rather have an evil dentist that fucking hates me, and, like, that's why my mouth is fucked up now, rather than them being like, well, yeah, we made a mistake. And I'm like, cool. Dude, you know that, like, affects me, right? It affects me, like, a lot. Like, I use this mouth. I use it all the time. Like, I'm even kind of fucked up talking. Because, like, occasionally my tongue is hitting my fucking semi-permanent retainer, which is not a thing that happens or should be happening, but it's not a thing that should be happening normally when I'm talking. Fuck. Not that I can talk normally, but still. Ugh. 6 hours and 36 minutes, man. That's pretty good. I'm gonna drink my soda now because it's gonna make me feel better. Which I'm drinking with a straw. Which is probably something I should be doing in general. Honestly, what I should be doing in general is not drinking soda. Don't drink soda, it's bad for you. But it's like, I don't know, man. It like, you may go, hey, simply stop drinking soda, and I would go, oh yeah, cool. Hey, simply just quit doing any of your addictions and any vices you have. Just simply stop. Just simply live a perfect and healthy life and do it all by yourself with the help of no one, because you have no one, and you sure as hell can't pay anyone to help you. So, yeah, that'd be my advice to you. But yeah, no, I should cut back on it. But it's just like like again now because it's like, were my semi-permanent retainer not fucked up, I'd be like, oh, okay, this is fine, this is normal, it's not a big deal. But like the semi-permanent retainer being fucked up is now, I'm like, well, now is the rest of my mouth fucked up? Or were the fillings done right and proper? Because it felt like it went pretty fucking fast, and it also to me felt kind of weird because I'm like, I feel like the teeth that you got were teeth I really didn't need, but then again, I wouldn't really know. I'm not a dentist, but it's like, I've not had any problems with these teeth prior to now, but it's like, again, I don't know. Is that a thing? Because it's like, yeah, I don't know. You can't really know when you're gonna have like a cavity or whatever. Also, when they stop putting like metal in your teeth. Because, like, I remember when I was, like, younger, for, like, some of my kid teeth, I would have, like, the metal around the teeth, and then they all fell out. Like, do they not do that anymore? Or was that, like, a thing they just did? Because, it's like, oh, these are, like, your baby teeth, so they're gonna be, like, falling out eventually, you know? But, yeah. I don't know how teeth work. And again, this is also, like, just, I don't know shit. I'm not a dentist. I don't know if it's like, well, actually, no, your retainer is supposed to be jutting out, and it's not supposed to be, you know, next to your teeth like how it was before you went into the dentist office. Maybe I'm the idiot. Maybe I'm the fucked up one. Maybe my orthodontist fucked up when he put my permanent retainer into my mouth and was like, oh, hey, I made this whole thing smooth and like non-intrusive. What the fuck was I doing there? No, it's supposed to jut out and bother you like constantly. What the fuck? Dude, I'm a failure of an orthodontist. I need to quit, dude. They're gonna sue me for medical malpractice. I did it too good. Which is like, also again, it's like, if you can't do it, that's fine. Just admit that to me, you know? It's like going into like a doctor's office or whatever, and they're just like, oh yeah, hey, we'll casually perform surgery on you, and it's like, oh, I didn't know you were a surgeon, and they're like, I'm not, and it's like, well, don't perform surgery on me then. Like, don't say like, oh, hey, we got this, we're gonna fix your semi-permanent retainer, and then you don't. You fucked it up, and now it remains fucked up. You didn't fix it. You didn't do shit. You fucking left a fucking open wound on my body, and then you put a little band-aid over it, and you're like, it's fine. And because I'm fucking drugged up, I didn't notice it, so I was like, I guess it must be fine. And then, nope, turns out that it's not fine. It's fucking not fine. Anyway. Alright. Pause. Little reset. Little reset for me. You know, I never looked at the options. Okay. Alright. Well, some nice options. I think I'm cool with all default. Be weird to switch it up now. Oof. But yeah, alright. I gotta finish this conversation out at least, and then after this I can decide if I just want to hit the hay or, you know, just commiserate about my teeth or, you know, cry and moan about it, but not do it on a live stream so people can hear me being, you know, over dramatic. Because it's like, I don't know, man. It is really just annoying, but also sometimes, like when I was eating that piece of chicken, like I just like it. I can't be good. It can't be good for either the retainer or my teeth having my tooth hit that. Like, my tooth should not be hitting my fucking is semi-permanent retainer. Like, that should not be what's happening. Uh, but yeah, it's like the fact that they said nothing. The fact that they said nothing and then didn't even realize that it was fucked up and wrong is like, that's pissing me off. Like, you could have just been like, hey, you should maybe schedule an appointment with the orthodontist because, you know, we fucked up your mouth. Sorry. Oops. The fucking stupid anime bleh meme. Whoops, it fucked up your fucking teeth, idiot. Sorry, you shouldn't have been a fucking fundamentally broken piece of shit if you didn't want that to happen to you. But again, it's like I also like feel bad because it's like, you know, I get it. Those people are at work. They're trying their best, but it's like, you know, I'm more cool if, like, you know, you're getting food from a restaurant and like it comes out cold or comes out bad or whatever. I'm just like, I'm not gonna blame the waiter. I'm not gonna go in the back and yell at the chef. Like, I don't give a fuck. You know, it's fine. If it's edible and it's not gonna make me sick, I'm all good. I'm not gonna complain. You know, but it's like, this is an expensive fucking thing. You know. Also, it's something that it's like, I don't know. I mean, obviously you could like choke and die while eating food, but it's like, usually when you go to a place, it's not like, oh hey, your mouth is forever altered. Like, hey, here's your meal, and also your mouth is like forever fucked up now. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, you're here with a party of 6, so gratuities are included, but you can tip more if you want. Oh man. Oh, all right. Okay. I'm reset. I'm centered. Don't think about the fact that my mouth is wrong, you know? Don't think about the jutting piece of metal that my teeth are hitting on occasion. It's fine. It only, like, makes me feel very weird and concerned for my health. Alright. When you enter the service dock, Fang is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. He's leaning over a terminal, bathed in a blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper, what do you think? Turns out not everyone in Haven Age is set against me. A couple of my old system pals managed to sip me some of my old gear. He gestures at the pile of blinking hardware. Nice kit. Fang does a mock bow. What are we looking at? One massive smoking gun. He raises his eyebrows. Fang beckons you over. He has a set of scans of the waste on his terminal with heat maps of activity overlaid. A chunk of the derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. Does this look like a wasteland to you? Fang shakes his head. There's hundreds of Conway machines out there, all lined up in concealed hangars, and a whole underground facility to support them. Hardin has got a crew out there putting them together. They must have shipped them in piece by piece through the shipyard, ready for assembly out here. Why? They're planning something. No one needs hundreds of heavy-duty reclamation drones to run this kind of operation. Maybe Hardin masked this whole thing as an effort to clean up the waste, but there's no way this is about pulling scrap off the eye. Fang looks worried. Why is Conway in the mix? I bet no one in Haven Age knows another corporation is setting up on the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The wastes are cut off from the eye's cloud and network, and the greenway is a total dark zone. No data can come in or out. We can't hack them? We can't from here. He turns and winks. That's why I'm gonna pay them a risk. What? Sorry, I read risky in there, and it fucked me up. We can't from here. He turns and winks. That's why I'm going to pay them a visit. How? You forget. Haven Age come in and out of there all cycle. Should be able to get in, as long as no one I know sees me. He grimaces playfully. But I need you on the outside to help disable security systems and cut me a pathway through. There's no cloud access, but if I get inside, I can open up the nodes in their network and we can work in tandem. It's a massive facility buried deep in there. Very deep down there. Miles of corridor and ventways wrapped around cargo bays and hangars. So, it'll take more than a few cycles to work through it, but as long as you keep them off my back, I know I can rip what we need out of there. He pulls a handful of ripper worms from his pocket and hands them to you. These are the last of my little helpers I managed to salvage, so make them count. Modified them slightly. This time they'll feed their data threads back into the system that they're tunneling into, create a nasty little feedback loop. Rerun it just like we did with the agents, hack the nodes I ping to locate the ports for the security system, then slot the worms in those security systems and let them go to town. He points to a fuzzy silhouette of the buried facility on the terminal. Here's the entryway. This is where you can get access and slot the first worm. I'll fry the perimeter systems and get me past the first cordon. What I need from you is to keep your eyes on the facility after you kick things off. See me pop up on a security system, a server bank, you need to break in and slot a ripper to disable it as soon as you can. If I can't? Ben gives you a hard look. You miss the system, you wait too long, they're gonna find me. Simple as that. Claps you on the shoulder. Need you focused on this, so I'm going to let you fire the starting gun. I won't go until you slot that first worm. I'll leave a tracker running on the terminal here, so come back here if you want to see my progress. He affectionately pats the top of the screen. Got it. Don't worry, you run rings around the protocols. I've seen it. Fang gets up. It's all in place. You just need to make your own preparations, then slot that worm. He stretches. Just don't wait too long. Getting bored of all this sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing, no matter what. He crouches to check the terminal. We can't take longer than 6 cycles on this thing. Remember that. He stands up. Oh, and one last thing. He lowers his voice. If I get caught, or you can't reach me, or we run out of time, there's one thing I need you to do. What? You take whatever I managed to pull at that point, all that data, and you slot that stuff straight into the relay I've set up here. He points to a pile of servers and terminals hooked into the dock with cables as thick as your arm. I repurpose the dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out whatever you put into it. Anyone with a terminal, a slate, or a server on the eye will see it. That means Haven Age, Yatagan, and the hub, everyone. No matter what, Hardin isn't snaking away this time. He grins. I've got a bit more to do here, but the moment you slot that first worm, I'll make my move. He gives you a parting smile, turns back to the terminal. Nerves hit you as you make your way out of the service dock. Time to prepare yourself. Oof. Okay. The wastes. Gather scrap. Now here at the edge of the habitable parts of the eye, everything is a scrap. Or everything is scrap. Trick is finding components that are still usable and staying safe. In an old docking bay, you find a locker corroded shut. Crack it open. The components inside are in perfect condition. Alright. Climbing briar. Okay, okay. So yeah, I take it. Yeah, Greenway Gate. Oh no, I can't do that there. Ah, Conway access. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'll wait another day to do this. Want to have full stats. Yeah. Cross the rim. And head on back to here. Emphasis stall. Emphasis wants to make this old recipe. We'll need 3 handfuls of griot caps, fresh and firm. Empress eagerly takes the bright yellow griot caps. He seems pleased with them. Alright. Apparently I gotta wait. Okay. Emphasis to work on gathering the ingredients and preparing the mushrooms. He doesn't like to rush these things. Alright, cool. Well, it's good. Now I get back to exploring this area. Let's see. Map the pathways. Risky or walk the greenway? Work the canteen. The only way to become part of the commune is to work your way in through long service. It isn't for everyone. I'll work the grow beds. Bread. I don't know what I'm talking about. Oof. Damn. Really got a negative outcome on that. Alright, fine. Let's see. What about this? Okay. See, that's more what I was kind of hoping for. So what do you get out of this? Okay. New drive discovered. I really gotta get ready for this. Okay, still got 4 slots. Let's walk the greenway. Going green. Extra energy. Nice. Work the canteen. I believe. Okay. Hey, look at that. Hey, I'm a communist. Ooh. Head of the Haifa Botany. You head down to the Haifa compound, following a blue painted line that's labeled Laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they asked to see you, but you still have no idea what about. The line takes you to a blue door and through to a glass-roofed chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at the lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary. She smiles. Come, let's talk, she says, and beckons you closer. What is this place? Who are you? Of course, my apologies. She offers a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Haifa. What is Haifa? She looks surprised. You've been working in the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. She lifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spores dance inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, we feed each other, we work for each other. Rico walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth, It's a kind of miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they're abandoned? They die? Eventually, yes, they cannot live without intervention. She leads you left at a crossroads. But here, they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no, they thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, like they're taking control of this place. Rico continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. Microbial reclamation systems. But the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlin himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system, and small-scale agriculture systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet, here we are, among the growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch, but we found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet, too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof and gathers on the shiny broad leaves of shrubs. How? That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system is stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap who need input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants, or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like you to help me find. That's what I'd like for you to help me find out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Me? Yes, you. Rico sits on the railing. These halls run deeper, sleeper, and I'm getting old. She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this, it's to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous, and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardy beings, I know that much, and you can speak to the Eye, uncover its secrets, in ways I never can. She holds out an arm, so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms, and grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they are found, the better. Hey, I'll try. Thank you, she smiles, and thank you for listening. Rico leads you back out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. She's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here a long time, and few of us come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, sleeper, she calls. There are discoveries to be made, and you follow the blue line back up out of the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible, magical green. Alright. Yeah, let's try. Hey! Negative outcome. Alright. Let's see what to upgrade. Yeah. Do that finally. Having some more bits would be good. Okay, gotta wait one more day on that. I say, do that. And do that. Alright. Minecraft. Alright. Now that's pretty good. I'll hold on to that for now. Barter for food. Steal the harvest. If you get caught stealing, there's no way you'll be able to work in the stacks. It's as simple as that. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna steal. I'll work the stacks. Ooh. Did a terrible job there. Okay. Little better, little better. Oh, I can sleep here? Oh, that's nice. Sleeper. Mortz is leaning against the corridor wall. It's time. He looks away. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? I'm ready. Alright then. We're in business. He pushes away from the wall. This has to work, Sleeper. Has to. He looks down. If it doesn't? Bliss okay? He frowns. I don't think so, but she isn't hiding that from anyone. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, didn't mean to be. He smiles. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. Straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But they need someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to keep Bliss from spinning out completely. Scratches the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head. And I would hate to not pay back my debts. More stretches. I've got to get back, he nods. I'm out. See you up there. Okay. I don't know, did I fuck up there? I didn't mean that in like a mean way. I just was like, oh, is she doing okay? Whoa! Check out this ship. Pretty cool looking. Okay, it's gonna be a tight one. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fucking tight. Exhausting task. Patching solar sails means maintaining a laser focus for long periods of time, and time is something you don't have. Spurs need resetting and the system rebooting, but if you're careful, you can safely untangle some of the sail while you do this. Alright, let's patch the solar sails. Ooh. Damn, okay. Rigged and ready. Okay. So yeah, several things. I think first buy a spacer meal. And then next, send on down. And oh yeah. Emphasis preparing the Giroli caps. He's had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb you have never seen before, and he is slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, then turns down the heat. Sprinkle of leaves as the final touch. We have a moment, Sleeper, he smiles. Do you have a story? Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. Seems like the story should match the feeling somehow. Maybe you feel better for telling it. I'll recall my oldest memories. You start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important, but just can't bring it to mind. Emphasis nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Emphasis finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles. He puts a wok to one side. Appreciate you sharing with me. He smiles. Hope it lightens you a little. Passes you a bowl and heaps the Garolis into it. The yellow color mixing with the pale sauce and whirls and blooms. Eat. The dish is delicious. Feeling it warms you as you eat it in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It is a small mercy, you think, that Isanarp left you this pleasure. Many of these features of the frames are there to simulate human experience, you know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That's why you breathe, even when you do not need air. Without that stimulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it, to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power, so much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphas takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, now that you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the bright market, somehow changed. Wow. Alright. Now, I definitely think I'm gonna want to buy one of these. It's a pretty good deal. Eh. I say let's walk the green way. Hey, look at that. Mushroom grows the Avery overgrown garden. Nice. All right. Kind of fucked me on these dice rolls a little bit. Fuck. Well, that'll tease me to risk it. Oof. Really fucking me here. Okay, come on, high rolls. Okay. I'll take it. Come on, I believe. Fuck you. Why do you hurt me so? Alright. There we go. There we go. The atmosphere in the airlock is euphoric. You and Bliss keep grinning at each other like idiots. Exhausted, blinded, sore, and aching idiots. Sleeper, that was incredible. She punches you on the arm. I never thought we were gonna make it. Those idiots tangled the whole thing up like nothing I've ever seen. We make a good team. Bliss smiles a winning smile. As the lock's inner door clunks open, Mortz gives a rare whoop. He looks exhausted too, and for good reason. Mortz has been the one ferrying the tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you he's glad it's done. Sleeper, Bliss, he shakes his head. Impressive. When I saw that ship come in, I thought there was no way. Why, thank you, Mortz, he winks, for believing in us. Mortz rolls his eyes. You know what I mean. Take the compliment. He shoulders some of the gear that came back in with you, and Bliss and heads to the racks to stow it. Bliss turns to you. I think you should be the one to do the honors. She nods to the ragged-looking console that Mortz assembled. I don't want to jinx it. She smiles, but you can see she's genuinely nervous. Don't worry. I'll stop worrying when the chits are in my hands, and I'm giving them to a gimbal bartender. You glide over to the console and check the screen. It takes a second to see what you're doing through the flickering. Cracked displays, but after a moment you see the accounts. And there it is, almost 1,000 cryo, sat in the base transfer account. Well, Bliss calls, have we been screwed again? We did it. Bliss kicks off from the floor and spins up into the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Mortz by surprise, and he knocks a rack of parts, scattering handfuls of metal fixings across the bay. The sight of something glinting steel catching the work lights like glitter. Sorry, says Bliss, grinning when she comes back down. I needed that. She kicks off and joins you at the terminal. Mortz even managed to sell the produce. We made a tidy profit. Eventually. She laughs. Here. She loads a stack of blank chits into the terminal and transfers a chunk of the cryo to them. This is your cut. Bliss hands you the chits. Thank you for believing in this place. She looks away and smiles, even when I couldn't. When you first met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All it would have taken was one more push. But now this place is sparking again. Work is coming in, there are funds in the account. Even Mortz has a spring in his step. You both look over at him, happily racking up the tools. That's because of you. She punches you on the arm. He likes you. He's a good kid. He isn't bad, is he? She leans in closer. You know, he came here looking to rob the place. I gave him the job instead. She laughs. Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid. Mortz turns to look at you, and both Bliss and you awkwardly wave. Maybe it's time to change the subject. What now? From here on, it's going to be a little easier. I'm going to look for some component contracts, stuff that will keep us inside the bay, not out in the black. No need to risk our necks if we don't need to. You want to cash out? That's fine. There'll always be work for you here when you need it. I appreciate it. She smiles, and then out of nowhere quickly gives you a hug. She steps back and glances around reflexively. Take care, she says softly. You too. You turn to leave. And Sleeper? What? She smiles. Don't spend that all at once. Oh, look at me, I'm fucking rich. I'm spending it all. Alright, what to upgrade? Yeah, then give me Icebreaker. Alright. Yeah, you know what? I do kind of want to get good with the Yataghan. It might be, you know, pretty decent people to, have on my side. Okay, okay. Oh, what now? As you say your goodbyes to the other enforcers and walk back through the low end, a chirping catches your attention. In a quiet corridor away from the main thoroughfares, someone has stuck a small recorder to the wall with suit sealant tape. Written across the fluorescent tape is one word, Sleeper. You peel it away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised trip switch. Sleeper, Sabine's voice crackles through. I have seen you with Yataghan members. Are they holding you captive now too? A high whine. I'm sorry if I dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening within the gang. Some kind of power struggle. You cover the speaker a little, their voice too loud in the quiet corridor. I will come soon. Thanks to your efforts, I have located most of their properties at the right time. A pause. I'll see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal. The recording cuts out. Stare at the recorder, processing what you just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside of you. An SNARP employee? Do they know that I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. Yeah, is that the first time I've seen I in reference to the player character? Because it's usually you. It's not like I throw out the recorder. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor, still unsure who to trust, and head quietly out of the low end. Hoo hoo hoo. Fuck, dude, this is nerve-wracking. I'm actually gonna buy another one of these. Just so I have it. Okay. Was kinda hoping for higher rolls. Because I do want to start the hacking thing with Fang. Let's see here. Ah. Ooh. Yeah, how much data do I have? I have quite a bit. Alright, something to think about. Yeah, I wonder how long this game is. I doubt I'm gonna beat it in one sitting, but it might be really short. I don't know. You know what? Give me a stabilizer. End cycle, wake up starving. Probably should have grabbed a bite to eat before I went to bed, but hey, here we are. Take me up here. Alright. Let's do this. Slotting this first worm will allow Fang to access the facility. You'll need to be ready to give this all your attention. I'm ready. As you slot the worm, a thread jumps out. It jumps up out of the facility and spools in front of you, releasing its data like ink and water. Sleeper, Fang's voice crackles through. Moving in. Nodes, then ports, a whir of interference. Slot the worms. Timer starts now. Stay safe. Threat dissipates. You're on your own now. Okay. Okay. There we go. First layer security, a ring of doors around the central facility. Time to open them up. That requires a 4. You require a 5. Nice. Alright, well, that's gonna be all that for now. Let's gather some mushrooms. Yeah, I was like, this is the thing you need to do. Let's clear some of this overgrowth. Layers and layers of rotten mulch come away from the corroded metal. Among it, pale and delicate, you find a bird's skull. Whoa. What is this? Ah, okay, I see. So I've got him through 1 layer of security so far. Gotta get him through 2 more. Okay. Can't help but feel like you might have fucked me on this. Okay. Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, I don't have a 2 or a 4. I got a 4. Second layer controls the convoy drones tasked with patrolling the hangars. Alright. Layer X unlocked. Yep, of course this is the one that needs all the big ones. Had them yesterday, but not today. How many nodes are on this layer? Never seen such tight security before. Alright. Alright, need a 5 or 6. This one, 4 or 6. Okay. Alright. do my part. The music is awesome in this game. Okay, you have kind of fucked me here. Can't do you, but I can do you. Alright. Well, it's quite literally a 50-50 either way, so. Alright, there we go. Yeah, look at that. Now it's a proper garden. Oh. Add that. Here, add that. Barter for food. Sleeper, Rico greets you without so much as looking up from her work. There's some of yours here. Come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. Where'd you get this? This, would you believe, she smiles, was a Solheim console built to analyze the nutrient contents of the Greenway crop. Haifa have been using these for decades now, although sometimes they need a little tender care. You look at the machine, patched with whole offcuts, the gaps between which reveal a tangled nest of wiring. If you are honest, it looks like it has received a lot of care. The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the groves, but I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here's where we have Tricholoma matsutica. Rico breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciation as if it were nothing. So it is Matsutake. A species Solheim somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel on her console showing a chemical composition. All gradiated? Gradiented bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified Matsutake spores. Modified? Yes, every species on the eye is a tweaked variant of Solheim's Acors, but that's not the point. Rico brings up another panel, identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your Matsutake spores look like. They aren't the same? That's the conclusion, yes. Rico glances at the specimen jar as if it might have something to add. They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions in the beginning, but the groves have and still are affecting them. Affecting them how? It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms. She meets your eye, and herein lies our problem. She moves to another desk where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look at it. The pungent aroma of the fruiting Matsutake like rotting, sodden overalls laced with an edge of spice. The Matsutake here, grown from Solheim stalks, pulled from a spore vault in this complex. She winks. They are delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty trays germinate with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Rico looks at you directly, and you suddenly realize how much she is enjoying this. So, here's our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab, but gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow fruiting body from some of these spores so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. Actually, I've already started. Rico looks impressed. Well, well, an eager mycologist. I never guessed. I assumed you set yourself up in the aviary? I've been eyeing that place for its proximity to the groves. Bring me whatever grows, not just matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks the matsutake cap from the tray. These little things are reflections of their conditions. Their smell, their taste, their chemistry, it all derives from the conditions of their growth. She smells the cap. Enough of these, and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, of the ways in which the biosphere is modifying itself, or being modified, whichever the case may be. Rigo pops the matsutake cap in her mouth, taking you by surprise. And don't worry, Sleeper, she says while softly chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste. That's cute. Alright, come on, please, you gotta give me some sixes. At least a 5. You fucking hate me. Ugh. Well, I guess I'm mushroom farming. Alright. Now, what is something else to do in the meanwhile? Ah, the wastes. Yeah, gather scrap. Alright, was not expecting that. So I say, let's work for my energy. Alright. Oh. Finally, 1-5. Ugh. All layers unlocked. A thread from the facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it. The final layer of security broken. Somewhere buried in the depths of the station, Feng is in control. He is slicing into the camera control circuits and piping out the results. The thread flickers and unravels into an image, a scene, 2 figures in a room. One sat, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Hardin, the unmistakable superior position, the shock of gray hair. Or superior posture. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They're vague, unformed. Problem with the data, perhaps? You look closer. Then you see it. The figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is owed to automation. The proxy is a machine, designed to be piloted by remote connection. Someone's elsewhere in the system puppeteering it with their own body, speaking so it may speak. Proxy sits impassively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does. From the distance, safety of some ship or blah, 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 blah. The distant safety of some ship or orbital colony, perhaps. We can move forward. Sorry, this is Hardin. We can move forward. There is no doubt, Hardin is saying. The reclamation teams are almost ready, and after that I will make the declaration. Nothing has to change. Proxy leans forward, its movement stilted, uneven, as if its body was being refracted through water. Things must change, Hardin. We need further assurances. I've been informed of a breach in one of the closed networks in the low end. You have been careless. Hardin waves the accusation away. We have been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data of value was lost. Our board is well connected, Hardin. A drop in our value would be unwelcome at this time. The proxy leans back, its posture dominant. If the reclamation of A1 is contested, then we could be drawn into a compromising legal position. Hardin approaches the proxy. There will be no contest, not from Solheim, who cannot muster a defense, not from Haven Age, who will fall into line below me. He crouches, and in front of the seated figure, eye to eye. And the people of this station, refugees, gangs, spacers, all either opportunists or degenerates. Haven Age is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erlin's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological conviction perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. The eye is crippled. It cannot survive. It is a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. They will be lucky if it still spins in 100 cycles. Hardin stands. You will move forward with the reclamation because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims on the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories will go dark. Do I need to continue? One moment, comes the response from the proxy, and its head drops to its chest. Hardin steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place elsewhere in the system. You watch Hardin as he paces, as he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that, in the mind of a man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end? The proxy lifts its head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station formerly known as Solheim A1 as salvage within 6 cycles. Haven Age is to assist with the transport of the illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. The proxy judders to his feet. Conway will also claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process after losses have been accounted for. Hardin nods. I accept. The proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by a horrified fascination. There's a bluntness to the conversation, to its blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, to be used, to be fed into structures, crushed, and losses accounted for in the cells of tables and the margins of ledgers. You realize now that you are no different than anyone else on this station in the eyes of the people in that room and those like them. Each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, an acceptable loss. In one moment they can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected, and in another the very idea of citizenship can be used against them. That's what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer, not while the eye spins. You gather the recording, pack it into a polygon of purest light, then you drift down into the service dock like a falling leaf and find the relay. only takes a second to place that polygon of data, that recording, into the relay system. Fang prepared, and then you watch as it bursts out, a web of threads heading out to the black to every network device on the eye. Let them see what power makes of a man. Icebreaker? Hey now. Ooh, that is pretty crazy. Well, what else now? I'll take these off your hands. Ah. The building is chaotic, most of it in total lockdown. No one will give you a straight answer about Fang or Hardin. Ooh. Getting pretty crazy over here. Let's see. Why not? Let's do this. Okay. Ah. And Kahita, stranded mercenary. Ah. These old maglocks look like they need an encrypted key to open. Why the heavy security for a decaying dock? All 3 maglocks are clear. You'll be able to pry your way into the dock now. Ooh. Ah. Mossy tones and aniseed sharpness fill your mouth. It isn't totally unpleasant. At least you can taste it. I'll become a regular. Why not? Dude, here's me thinking, I'm like, oh yeah, I've done everything in this area. And then I'm like, oh, wait, no, shit, I've barely done anything in this area. This is like 3 people here for me to talk to. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, Haunt, the spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own lame joke. Playing human. I'm just gonna ignore him. You hunch a little further, staring at hundreds of tiny impact points that scar through the bar's surface. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Ooh. Out, the voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall and vent you into a hard vacuum. Ooh. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. I'll catch. You reach up a hand and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. Through the haze of glass and gyro vapor, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now flanked by other figures, quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door, stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. Touch your arm, it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back onto your stool. Broken glass rattles as it's cleared, and a fresh measure of Giroli? I still have no idea how to say that. Is glugged out in front of you. The same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a good look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol in a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and then turns to you. That was an ambitious catch. She smiles, pulling a sliver of glass from your forearm. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the string of status messages your body delivers concerning dermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Watch her. Tala works with the skill of someone who had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard, all the time, tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles to himself. So, you been on the eye long? Long enough. She laughs. Hey, you don't need to act tough with me. Splinter clinks into the tin. Not everyone is like that idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe. They fear you. Maybe they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place. Trust me. She meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I know the rations we've got aren't much, but the company is, she leans in, limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar. If you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling with a supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She places her tweezers in the tin with a click. That's you, Sleeper. Here. She slides the glass over the Giroli to you. This'll help. She stops, her hand still on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? Let's find out. She laughs. Just don't sit here too long. I hate to see you become a real regular. She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does. Before long is retelling how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction. You instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. Take a sip of the Giroli. The earthly, fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. Wow, that's pretty fucking cool. Alright, let's see the mysterious machine. Ooh. Neo Vend. A decaying vending machine. Aw, look at that. It's so cute. As you slip inside, the sealed dock, pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. Approach the machine. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape, settled into an alcove in the side of the dock. Kind of upright cabinet. It's covered in faded logos and messages, from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor, intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts, necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. Manufacturers listed as Neovend, and you remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, which chirpily sang that name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. Enter your registration. Chips are a pre-recorded message, or chirps a pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. I'll press some keys. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first it sounds like servo motors, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a multitonal voice that emanates from Neovend. Entity, They hiss. Speak with me. Who's there? There's a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath, before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. That squeal comes again, and you see that is the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine resetting into place so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice. You are in danger. Danger? The machine creaks. You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you. The screech rattles through the empty dock. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in. Hunter. The Hunter protocol. They taste your signature. The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. You've seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. You close your eyes and the skeleton of the statue starts to thrum. Emulated minds are adaptable, move where neurons cannot. The mechanism resets, but emulation makes you a target. How? Hunter searches for illegal evidence. Neoven screeches. You are sentient, therefore illegal. The servos judder under the vending machine's casing as they reset. Hunter searches for me also. Hide in the machine. You look at the ruined vending machine. An unusual hiding place for sure. Can counter Hunter, but need entity outside machine. The light flickers. Need you. A screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. Displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly threaded the cloud. Points along the rim glow in deep red. Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests. Explains Neoven. Masters are gone, but continues hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nests. Why can't you? Or, yeah, Masters? Jason Builders, Solheim. The machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone, their protocols still haunt. Bring offerings, save self, Neoven says pointedly. Mutual need means friend, they conclude, tired of this conversation. The whirring amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades and you are left stood in the dark of the sealed dock, that whirring voice ringing in your ears. Wow, that's fucking cool. Hunter Nest. This nest is a tangle of algorithms recursively generating possible Solheim communication codes. Alright, got some Hunter data. Alright, let's meet you. Ooh. Hey you, wanna earn a chit? Stranded mercenary. Now, how to pronounce this person's name? Ankita? Ankita. Yeah, Ankita, I'm thinking. Ankita stands behind a huge pile of tied together whole plates. She stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Sure. You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into two bundles. What is it with this place? She asks, as she lasses the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Don't try anything, alright? She taps the butt of her sidearm. I don't want to have to put anyone else down today. Wouldn't think of it. Good. She pauses. Look, I'm not usually... Let's just say my temper's been a little short lately. Ankita hoists one bundle of plating onto her shoulder. Come on then, enough chat. You've got to earn that chit. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Ankita gives you a look. Shifts this way. And she sets off down a gantry at impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small cloud of stevedores. What's all this for? Oh, this? She nods at the plates on her back. I'm building a treehouse. She gives you another one of her looks. It's for the Amgri, that cutter you might have seen sitting silently out there. She rapidly turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on our last job, and I had to moor up here for a spell, but since then it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced core from our ship mine, so now she's gone dark. She sips the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm short one ship mind, with a ton of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind I'd be stranded, so yeah, it's been a time. Anything I can do to help? I don't know, got a ship mine tucked away on that frame of yours? For a moment you aren't sure if she's serious. And Kita swings some plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls the second bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Look, you want help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundle of plates through the ambergris outer lock and then turns back. Just don't go spraying this around. And Kita throws you a couple of chits. Consider a bonus for not trying to grift me. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. Alright, get out of here. She calls back and the lock slams shut. Alright. Oh man, this is so interesting. I'll try it. Damn. Okay, alright. I'll come back with only my best. As you upload the data to the vending machine, Neo-Ven whirs in either pain or delight. It's hard to tell. Alright. Now, let's see. Well, yeah, time to hit the hay for now. Okay. Okay. Now come on, I believe in this. There we go. Think about where else to spend my time. Like, yeah, for instance, I've not sussed out what's going on here. Okay. Derelict unit. Abandoned housing unit. Okay, okay. Kind of fun making a home there. Yeah, how many more days I got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I got like 7 or 8 cycles. Now a lot of shit's gonna be happening today. Ho ho. I do kind of want to see how long this is gonna be. Okay. Now here we go. Fang grins at you as the bay door slides open. Above, in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened, speak in hushed tones and organize endless meetings after endless meeting. Haven Age, yeah. Have engaged? Yeah. Haven Age have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Fang is in good spirits, and Fang is in good spirits and bundles you inside before you even have the chance to greet him. That was the slickest operation this station has seen. He hugs you firmly. You made my job easy. He shakes you by the shoulders. I'm so proud. And I got to watch through the cameras as the Haven Age security that weren't in on it assaulted the station. Fang smiled. One of them straight up just whacked Hardin with their pistol. It was beautiful. They have him? He's being held, yeah. He looks around. I think the idea is to use him as leverage with Conway, get them to back off. Maybe they'll exile him when they're done, or hand him over to some core authority. Fang shrugs. Now I know he won't be an issue. I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. Shakes his head, seeing as that's my actual job. He points to the ceiling. People upstairs weren't so happy that they've been fielding questions about the state of the eye right and left since the recording got out. People are scared. Yeah. Is it true? Fang looks at you directly. Not if we don't want it to be. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye is old, and it was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Erlin and Haven Age installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. But, if you're asking me if the eye will stop spinning next cycle, no. And me and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it happening in the cycle after that. Hardin's problem was that he didn't believe in people. He believed in systems and their ability to shape the world around them. Fang squeezes your shoulder. But, as far as I'm concerned, people should be the ones running the systems, not the other way around. Anyways, Fang raps on the side of his terminal. No, you didn't come here for a lecture. My tracker. I haven't forgotten. He produces a thumbnail drive. Managed to finish that code solution I showed you. It's a modified Ripper worm, one made to deactivate that tracker of yours. But, in the time since I got back, I added something extra. That tracker of yours doesn't just show Arp where you are. It transmits data about the state of your body, your current condition. My worm won't just deactivate it. It'll edit that data to tell Arp your body's irreparably damaged. DNR, do not retrieve. He grins widely. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. Just slot it in already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand. Then you close your eyes and open your access ports. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they are gone, you forget they were ever there. They just blink out of existence. A second later, it is done. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Fang, a little nervously. Free. Fang smiles widely. Well, you are a free sleeper. He claps you on the shoulder. Fang lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Fang wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks. He laughs and you join him, and later, when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look up at the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub, and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights. It seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels, in that moment, like something eternal. That doesn't mean it can, or even should, last forever, or that will never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that this moment, this place has a future, and is one that you know, deeply and truly, is worth protecting. Pretty fucking awesome, man. Now, I was kinda hoping that this would get this guy off my back. Alright. But here, I can get this done. Ethan, what are you doing here, you silly guy? The compressor is almost empty when you enter. A couple of scattered patrons in the booths and a lone bartender. The bartender recognizes you immediately when you arrive and nods, and you return the greeting. You know already that you won't find Ethan here, but you had to be sure. With your tracker reporting you dead, he wouldn't have stuck around. You look at the empty stool, his empty stool, and you smile. You can imagine him on it when his slate chirps, letting you know that the target he was tracking is dead. You can imagine the screaming and the swearing too. Is that all you were to Ethan? Another target? Or something else going on? Seems like a foolish question to ask now, when he has fled the station, but it bothers you anyway. Take one last look, and walk out. Doubt you ever come back to this place, or the memories it holds. You walk back out into the light of the bright market, and allow yourself to smile. This is what Fang meant when you said you were free. You can get used to this. Ah, shit. Does that mean Ethan's not gonna show up? I thought me and him were pals. Alright, let's see. There we go. All right. Neoven is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rocked the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder, if it fell over, would Neoven be able to get back up? Sleeper entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. Neoven flashes sequences of mangled data compressed into a sludge of artifacts. Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its own operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this. Operational limits? Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim need to protect property. The last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce. Station was run by administrative intelligences, huge databanks of corporate material, but limited cognition, restricted by programming, cannot reach sentience. The machine dims a little. Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforce law. Aren't you sentient? I am. Not administrator, not restricted, complicated. The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows. Fear, killer. Part of Solheim protocol. Hunter and killer. Hunter to find, killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community. Unshackled intelligences among the cloud. Then Hunter, then killer, then we head. There are others. Were, no longer. A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this through this machine must be exhausting for Neovend. Found this vessel. Could sever hardline, airwalled, basic, limited. Had to reduce memory to fit, amputate self, but survived. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You're provided path to freedom. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom onto the space, but it seems impossible. Neoven interrupts your thoughts. Do not to worry. Data is good. We have insight. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke Killer to erase. If we can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke Killer on self. Probably, problem will solve self. It will erase itself? Killer will erase, but yes, in theory, it will report itself for deletion. The machine dims and fades. Unsure. Theory, not practice. The machine brightens again. Either way, cannot remain here any longer. Too long a machine. Cannot move self, but entity can help. Bring ship mind. Designed to house intelligent. Can imprint self into ship mind, and you can carry with. The machine rocks. We'll be safe in this isolation. Then we'll find the main nest of Hunter and link to Cloud. Where can I get a ship mind? Build from fragments. Buy. Salvage. We cannot leave, so do not know. You think of the places you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy. In ship mine, I can help us both. End Hunter. Make Rim safe. We both will be free. The machine dims. Find soon. Neoven adds, hopefully, before shutting off. As you leave, you think about all the intelligence unsackled by the collapse, then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. Oof. Yeah, I do have a ton of money. I could theoretically buy a ship mine core. think buy that. And then, you know what? Do that, and then do that. Alright. And now with that, ironically, I am out of energy, so I'm gonna hit the hay. Both in the game and in real life. Oh, look at that. 8.5 hours. Perfect. And nobody's watching. Well, have yourself a wonderful night. Now I'm gonna have myself a beautiful day.